Hello. It is a lovely day. If you are in the province of Ontario, like I am, well, me, the character, is in an interdimensional tavern that exists between worlds. But if me, the voice behind this funny little goat man, I live in Ontario. It is election day. Don't forget that. So if you live in my area, make sure that you go and vote. It makes a big difference, and I don't want to deal with Doug fucking Ford. With the political message out of the way, hi everyone. My name is Tim, and I am going to be streaming a bit more Disco Elysium. Don't know how much longer Disco Elysium is going to go on for. Not to say that I'm going to end it short, just that I'm not sure exactly how much more is left of the game. It feels like we're nearing an end point. But for all I know, this is like a 200-hour long epic. Hi, Classic. I want to extend a big thank you, especially to Classic right here, but to everybody who came out yesterday and donated some money. I was able to get a refill of my prescription, which I got a text of during the drive, like, hey, your prescription's ready. Like, oh, perfect, I can afford it. On top of the new prescription, I also was able to pay off an overdue phone bill, which means that I can actually buy a new phone. Just need the money for that, which I'm still raising, but it's significantly less than it was last time. Last time I checked it, it was before I paid off this phone bill. And my phone bill also includes, like, a tab that I'm paying off on my current phone. So the more bills I pay each month, the less I have to pay off to upgrade. So I'm down to about 260. So after tax, it's about $300, give or take. Then again, that's also Canadian dollars. So if you want to do the conversion here, that's going to be 200 American. That is very funny. God, the Canadian dollar's awful. Anyway, we're not here to talk about real-life capitalism. We're here to talk about video game capitalism in Disco Elysium. As I play my gay communist cop, solving the world's problems, one tank top at a time, baby. I'm not 100% sure what I want to play next after we finish Disco Elysium. I have a couple of ideas for indie games that I want to visit, and I want to retain Thursdays for indie titles, smaller games. I'm thinking on Tunic, because I had recently resubbed to Game Pass, and that seems like a fun little thing to play. In terms of multiplayer stuff, I am planning on sneaking in a bit more Roller Champions to my streams. I might do some tomorrow, especially since I've now been officially recognized by Ubisoft for the Twitch drops, is what I was saying. I also want to announce that next week, June 11th, the Saturday, I'm going to be playing a lot of Rumbleverse, as that is going to be getting its full release. So look forward to that. I want to get the networking stuff out of the way at the top here. Just to mention that Friday, we are going to be doing our... I say we, like I'm the royal we, as I speak on behalf of the royalty, the Trans Queen of Salt, as she is going to be hosting a Mario Kart community night that I am participating in. Look forward to me trying my damnedest out there. I'm also excited to mention that I updated the chatbot. So now exclamation point list tells you all the things, but also the chatbot is called tk.run now, because someone took tk.exe. So I decided to use another executable file format from old Windows computers. Anyway, I'm stalling long enough. Let's get into the game. If you're wondering why the live slug reaction is still here, you'll see in a minute. That's why. Harry, my boy. Right, so the kids are going to set up inside. Where we left off, I helped a bunch of kids found a rave. They're going to do a rave in the church, because I'm a cool cop who hangs out with kids to help them start raves. I also realized that there's a bunch of other basic tasks and things that I need to knock out. God, that's a little stuttery. Before we press on. I googled one thing because I was very confused about it. I don't know all the context. I just googled like a quick puzzle solution because I was actually stuck on it, and it involves the lorry drivers. So now I'm going to go back and address that issue. Apologies for the sound. It seems to do this. I don't really know how to address it. But here's the solution. I have to approach the racist truck driver.
Looking for something, Hunt? Come to tell me to fuck off again? Drugs? Yeah, you know where that shit comes from? They know they can't beat us in a fair fight. So they have to get us to weaken ourselves somehow. It's racial sabotage. Racial economic sabotage.
So I take it you're not smuggling drugs out of
Not
Martinez.
in, not out.
So you're telling us that you don't know anything about drug smuggling through Terminal B?
I don't know shit. And if I did, I wouldn't tell you.
Then what are you still hanging around here for? Most other chemineurs have left.
What do you think? I can't leave the lorry unguarded. Stuff's been getting looted lately. It's those little kips sneaking on at night. If they touch my stuff, the bosses will be on my ass like ass cancer.
There was a bunch of spilled boxes in the back of a big lorry nearby.
Yeah, I knew that guy. He was an honest driver who loved this country. We were having a good debate about genetics at the Wheeling in Rags. When some kip since he left, I haven't had anyone to talk to.
Bad for him, I guess.
It's a fucking travesty is what it is.
If it's not you, then who is running drugs through Terminal B?
Isn't it obvious? Fucking Sealang. That beady-eyed South Samaran. His little side business is a scam. I wouldn't be surprised if he was peddling drugs as well.
You're sure it's him and not, say, a lady driver?
Sure, I'm sure. His tribe are natural liars.
No, it's Ruby running this ring, like Titus alluded to. But play along for now. Find out what everyone knows first. Sealing is your next lead.
Guess so.
So, yeah, I know where this train of thought goes. Joyce basically fucked off and said I can't talk to anybody, and I couldn't bring it up to him. And it's all because I just didn't want to keep talking. The only reason I didn't progress with this quest is because I didn't want to talk to the racist man.
Everything's still cool here, officer. Drugs? I don't go in for that, officer. Unless you're into drugs, of course. In which case, drugs are excellent. Mwah! Tasty, tasty drugs.
I actually don't like drugs.
That's very cool.
Sir, it appears to be true. No drugs in sight. Not in the box of sunglasses or under the speakers.
That's even cooler. You investigating narcotics crimes like that? But I am not a lorry driver. I'm just a street vendor. I don't know anything about that.
You are a lorryman. Another driver has identified you and your lorry.
Who said that? It's the fat racist, right? I bet it's he has an agenda against me because I'm an immigrant who works harder than he does.
So you admit you're a lorry driver?
No, I just said I work harder and he's an asshole.
Realizing he can't get out of it.
Okay, maybe I'm a lorry driver too. A little. But that's not the most important thing about me. That's my day job. This is my dream.
You forgot to tell me?
Exactly. It's such a small part of my life. It's in the rear view mirror now. I'm climbing out of that hole with ingenuity.
I don't want to be rude, so I'm just going to be direct.
It's the fat hater.
Now I have to be direct.
Nothing. I told you.
And what crowd is that?
Crowd, you know.
He doesn't want to talk about them. He's afraid.
Who are you afraid of?
Look, there's bad people doing bad things here. That's all I know. Please don't get me into this mess. I've spent 15 years working my way up.
We're buddies. Help us out. No one knows
It's a
you.
she, okay? The other drivers call her the lady driver. You're better off staying away from her. The way they talk about her.
There you go. A witness with corroborating evidence. It's Ruby.
I don't know. Maybe.
No, it's still Ruby.
Just want to make sure.
Interesting that he doesn't seem aware of her existence, though.
All of them.
Who exactly is talking about this lady driver of yours? The racist or...
All of them. Even the ones who've left. I don't hang out with them. I don't know. I told you. All right.
Cool. So that's that bit of information sorted. Find out who the lady driver is. Yeah. So now I know to talk to this man.
Now it's turning into a kind of a snow limbo, man. What's on your mind? I don't want to talk about that.
This guy knows Ruby, no doubt. Just play dumb for now. Get everything out of him you can.
Man, I was hoping it isn't going to be her. All I can say is, she isn't around here anymore. She isn't some evil drug trafficker. And I don't know where she is. A friend? An acquaintance? I don't know. She was the only person in this damn jam I could talk to. She's someone I don't want to rat out to the law, okay? A youngish woman. Gruff, but in a
what color hair?
blue and violet. Died. It was violet.
Then she may have dyed it again.
Ooh.
Maybe she dyed it red. Titus said Ruby's hair is red.
Thank God I don't know. People here call her the lady driver. She kept her name a secret. From me too. Now I see why. I didn't, man. I told you I was hoping it's not her.
He still is. Hoping. It's just wishful thinking on his part. Not trickery.
Damn, I don't want to... Please just let it go. Whatever she did, it can't be that bad. She's not a bad person. I know that much.
We can't just let it go. It's part of a police investigation.
That's how it always is with you, isn't it? All part of the investigation. The girl's troubled. If you hunt her down, she...
It won't come to that. We won't pursue her on this. This is information only.
I don't believe you. I just can't, man. I'm not naive. She's got the darkness in her. That young person's darkness when you think it's all over. And you're looking for a way out.
Big fucking mood.
She shared this with you?
Yes. Which is why I don't want to snitch on her.
Not snitching, just a few questions.
It's snitching, man. I know what it is. I heard the rumors. I saw the other drivers looking at me strange when we talked. And she told me, too, that she's had a violent life. But I wasn't afraid of her. More like for her.
Did this violent life include drug trafficking?
Well, it looks like it did now. But we didn't talk about that. We talked about life, you know? She talked about her mind, the way it worked, the trouble it was giving her.
Huh.
The pain it was causing her.
Fuck, man. Go grill someone else with these questions, okay? There are plenty of drivers here who couldn't stand her, or were afraid of her. They'd be...
He's right. There are other options. The raceman, for one. Push Tommy, and it will break his heart. And his spirit. Don't expect you to be pals.
Put yourself in my shoes. I need this for another investigation, too. It's important.
You're
I
not
can't
gonna
blow
put
it.
a bullet in your head if you blow it, are you? Because she's on the edge, man.
I wouldn't be so sure, Tommy. Imagine it. An explosion. of stars. Goodbye, world of men, money, and machines.
Thank you, friend. Wow, this makes me feel like I should pick up smoking again. Would help with my rhymes, too. Nope, don't smoke. Some of the other drivers do, though. There's still a few around, waiting for the jam to disperse.
Hey, isn't he like smoking right now? The smell is in the air.
Okay, but this is my last one. And it's a bad habit. You should quit before both of us have lung cancer.
Are you sure you don't already have lung cancer?
You know what? That's a good question. Alright. I don't want to be an asshole to the only guy who's been nice to me this whole time.
Looking for something odd? Come to tell me to fuck off again? I don't know what you're talking about. He did something. He stole his employer's goods and another lorryman's job. You should be thankful for the tip.
He's been expecting this. He's really puffed himself up.
Listen up, fuckwits. You don't scare me. You cops don't run Revachol West. You don't run Martinez. You don't run anything.
No. He means La Puta Madre.
The name resounds like a bell in the air. A dark gong. Looks like the lieutenant has a plan.
Yeah, him.
Cross your arms and nod.
Then I presume you are familiar with his peonies.
Yeah, they're his little bitches. He's got them all over the unions.
Not just the unions. He has peonies everywhere. Some say he even has them in RCM. Dirty fucking peonies who'd do anything for him. Multi-ethnic drug addicts.
You're not peonies. You wouldn't be investigating a drug thing if you were.
No, of course not. We are not peonies. But if we were, and one of Madre's drivers were to be stealing from him, then it's a good peony's job to find out who that is.
Sorry.
It's not a hard job. It won't take a long time. It won't make Padre Madre angry. But a stupid fucking racist is standing in the way, protecting this fucking thief.
I'm not scared of you or the mob. I'm under the protection of the Lorryman and Carters Guild.
You've seen that corpse in the ceramic armor there. Did his shitty little guild protect him?
Nah, you wouldn't just leave him out there if you...
The lieutenant turns and gives you a barely perceptible nod. I've softened him up as best I could. Now it's on you to finish the job. Be careful. This man's still got some fight in him by the looks of it. It won't be easy to break him.
-1, go fuck yourself. Alright, so I need Half-Light. Time to put on my Half-Light shirt. I should have a Half-Life shirt. Half-Life. That was a minus. Half-Light gloves.
Looking for something odd? Come to tell me to fuck off again?
The main...
Alright, let's hear the dialogue before I skip. The main thing to do is not to overdo it. Even when you're trying to scare someone, the most important thing is how does it look on your resume.
What? What do you think we're doing right now?
Alright, that was kind of funny. Right. No, we got this.
Looking for something odd? Come to tell me to...
The main...
Why? 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 It's even odds, and I've failed twice in a row.
Looking for something odd? Come to tell...
Men like this only respect two things: strength and fear.
Fuck you, I told you. I'm not gonna...
There. His voice grows smaller as yours.
I've been to your fucking lorry. I know where it is. I'm gonna burn it down, you hear me?
Look, fuck you, man. It's some lorry down there. Green, banged up thing. I don't fucking know who she is.
When did she go away?
I don't know. I don't even know her name. She just rolls with the fleet and acts like a big shot. Some dyke, probably.
Now it's not a big deal for him anymore. This is how he saves face.
Past the monument. Down there. The Green Temple. Now, leave me the fuck alone, okay?
A small temple by the monument. Green.
Looks like he got his adrenaline up, too.
I love it when Kim pulls out a character. He didn't have to do any of that shit, and he did. That was cool as hell. Ah, this lorry.
This green found, A to Z, Contemporain, is parked in the shadow of the ruins.
This must be the one he told us about. Unless he was lying.
The glass on the side windows is tinted and covered with dust. Posters cover the small windows in the back. The door is locked. The handle looks shiny. There's no picking this lock. The owner has put special care into it. It's a recessed design.
Use the pry bar to smash the window. Open it from the inside. I don't know how good it is, but this investigation has taken long enough. We can't afford it to take any longer.
I love that. All right,
This
so I
green
need
found, A to Z.
physical instrument, which should be that boy. God, that's a fucking coat, man. I also need a pry bar, and I've got the ultimate pry bar.
This green found, A to Z, Contemporain.
Let me quick save.
This green found, A to Z, pry bar in hand. You take a hard swing at the window. A loud thunk.
Really hit again.
Another futile thunk.
This has been hard enough. No need to make it any harder.
He smashes it into the window.
Oh,
Droplets of glass fly everywhere, shattering over the lorry floor and paint.
It went better than I expected. Open it from the inside.
The smell of cigarettes and perfume welcomes you.
ooh.
The cabin inside is plastered with old movie posters. Actresses smile from the walls. There's a radio transmitter in the front and a toolbox tucked under the driver's seat. There's something odd about the passenger seat. The seating fabric has been pulled tight over the lower side of the seat where the toolbox should be. These are movie posters. One of them particularly catches your eye. There's definitely perfume in the air. It's spicy, with a hint of amberette. The remnants of a sweet juniper-scented perfume. Probably Grenade No. 5.
Huh.
The actress is draped in a sheathed dress. Wait, this actress really does look a lot like Clausia. She may have been right about this ruby after all. The actresses and the rear actor all smile you a warm goodbye. Looks like the frequency dial is absent. It requires a key to work, but
Strange. There are so many radio stations saved here. Must be over 100 at least.
Huh.
For contacting an entire fleet of lorrymen, for example. This is all shortwave, UW and UKV. Looks like we are dealing with an impressive organizational tool. The nerve center of a huge operation.
a 20-kilometer radius at least, perhaps extended by an attachable antenna that's not here right now.
Interesting.
The ghostly actresses and the rust. You wedge yourself under the steering wheel to get a better look. Seems like the few tools lying around here. A hammer, but one odd detail does catch your eye. Sandpaper adds extra grip.
Sandpaper? A novel technique?
Sandpaper would also rub off the sole pattern the driver's right boot sole.
Yes.
Do the honors, he thinks. Connect it yourself.
On the footprints describing it had an aberration, one sole smoother than the
Which
other.
means that the missing lady driver was present at the lynching.
So Ruby really is running a complex operation out of her lorry.
At least we can now ask Titus some concrete questions about it.
The movie stars are still smiling from the walls. The radio transmitter sits on the set. Voila! A stack of neatly folded papers has been stashed behind the seating fabric. You see 3 maps depicting a large metropolitan area. It's Revachol. Some of its routes and highways have been outlined with a pen.
Interesting.
Bonne prise.
This large map displays the elevated motorway called 881. The intake leading to Martinez is marked with a blue X. There's another X on the off-ramp at a place called the toll booths at the intakes are marked with a circle. It looks like there are scant few ways of getting onto the elevated motorway. There, hundreds of thousands of motor carriages roar on the 881. High above the massive brown and red roofs, that is Jamrock. The commuters don't even look down. The world ceases to exist outside the windshield. To Couronne, through the middle-income neighborhoods there, by the river, and then to Stella Maris and La Delta for work, while the men and women of Jamrock scuttle to their fates below. This municipal map from the 30s displays a complex system of storm sewers underneath a sub-district called the Pox. Old military hospital. No storm will ever drown Revachol. Wind rips through the empty hallways of the once great. The rattle of motor carriages and lorries driving through long-forgotten tunnels. The final map displays a labyrinth of service tunnels left over from the construction of Motorway 881. A few routes have been marked with a pen, where the tunnels and sewers surface near the eminent domain and a traffic island in central Jamrock. These service tunnels were probably used during the construction of the...
It means that the smugglers are secretly using the motorway to transport their goods and materials. They've infiltrated East Motor. The RCM patrols most of these auxiliary roads, though apparently not all of them.
Where's the contraband end up?
Hard to say. This distribution network looks certainly large, yet still vague enough. It doesn't reveal much about the Besmerti behind it. The Besmerti is a Revacholian crime syndicate. They see themselves as the inheritors of the 14 Revacholian Indo-tribes. But really they're just violent gangs vying for control on the west side of Revachol. With cool names, like La Puta Madre and Aura Masta. It's a dark parody. Best not to disturb the scene. I'll have forensics go over the lorry and pick these up later.
The stack of maps looks just like before. A metallic drawer slides out from the seat. It's an issue of Périphérique from last Wednesday. A piece of paper falls. It looks like an article ripped out from a radio enthusiast magazine. Complex mathematical equations explain the basics of something called. These formulas look oddly painful.
The Ulan frequency system? I've never heard of that before. I know of FM, AM, UKV, but...
The pull-out toolbox slides back into its nest. He closed the rusty...
Great. I think we got everything. A word, detective?
Before we do that conversation, I will need to take a second for myself, so I will be right back. Apologies, folks. I'm back. Sorry about that. So, yeah, I don't want to give all of this information up to Joyce if I don't have to. I really just want to give her enough that she tells us what we need to know. I'm not on anyone's side here. I'm on the police's side. I'm on Kim's side.
All right, we've finished here. Let's quickly debrief and go over what we found, so we don't do it in front of the company rep. Honestly, I'm quite worried by what we've seen so far. The evidence seems to point to a rather extensive and well-organized operation. I'm especially intrigued by that radio transmitter, particularly the sheer number of stations it can connect. Looks like this alleged drug trade casts a wide net. I'm not sure what the Ulan frequencies are all about, but they may hold some significance. Perhaps it's a better way to connect between fleets while avoiding frequency bleed, or maybe it's used to tap into RCM networks.
Listening in on your calls between you and your station.
Oh, and the maps we found. They reveal the geographical extent of the operation. Looks like they've used abandoned tunnels and access roads to stay hidden. This is useful info. And last but not least, it's Ruby's cabin we found. This is an undeniable connection to the Union.
Claudia might have been right about Ruby. She looks an awful lot like one of the posters in the girls in the cabin.
Perhaps you're right. This is one connection I find a little dubious, to be honest. I prefer not to profile people's emotions. Perhaps it's because I'm not very good at it, but still.
Actually, he's not bad at it at all.
One way or another, they seem to be. Logistically, if nothing else. But don't expect to bust this open during our stay here. At best, this is an angle we can use against them. To other ends, as extra ammunition.
Will you open an investigation into this?
We should return to the murder case. See what Joyce tells us about the lynching. When we are done for the day, I call my station and suggest our narcotics department look into it. There are more than enough grounds to start an official investigation, sometime later when we are done here. We do not want to get caught in that. The fact that one hasn't started already gives me pause. An investigation, I mean. Especially if the Madrid grouping is involved, and I can't imagine they aren't. It's certainly worrisome.
Corruption?
All the same, I don't like the idea of internal affairs descending on the matter. That won't help anyone either.
Cool.
Debrief over. After you.
Aww. Right. Any opportunity to piss off... Hey, officer, got a minute. What's up, bud?
I saw you poking around in Lady Driver's lorry. She in trouble?
Racist told us where her cabin is. We only searched
Still
it.
better than me, I guess. Told you there's plenty of others who'd tell on her.
No
What?
trouble.
Is she in trouble?
She's gonna be fine.
Oh man, that's like a load off my mind. All that stress was messing up my rhymes.
I was playing with those rhymes anyway.
Oh, you know. Tommy Leham's gonna be a musician. Sprechgesang, but with beats.
Huh.
I've got a lot of free time on the road to hone my craft.
Good luck with that, Tommy.
Yeah, you too.
So Joyce is parked up at the jetty over here by my new house, where I now live. Well, I'm staying here for free, and it's also a nice change of scenery that isn't a rundown hotel room that people refuse to clean. Do I bother checking on these goddamn traps?
All the traps are stopped now. And still no... All the traps are stopped now.
Oh yeah, I haven't talked to Moral about that. Wait. Okay. Okay, no, that's it.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with? Yes, my eyes on the harbor have sent word to that effect. What have you discovered?
Where exactly are these eyes located?
It doesn't really matter. And I do apologize for the surveillance. Wild Pines can't afford to be blind at a time like this. In any case, it's a relief to know someone has looked into it. If I may ask, will there be an official investigation? I assume you discovered that...
She's trying to conceal her excitement. But the slight glimmer in the lieutenant is about to interject. Cut him off. This decision should be yours.
Let the lieutenant handle it.
If there is an investigation, it will be part of an ongoing operation, subject to confidentiality. I'm sure you understand.
Of course, detectives. In any case, you've held up your end of our arrangement. I trust you with the rest. I wouldn't normally break protocol like this, but the situation demands it. If you don't solve this murder...
The words bloodbath sound cold in her mouth. They taste of iron and strawberries.
I need your testimony.
I have an indirect role to play, I'm sad to say. My employer experienced a momentary lapse of faith in me. In that moment, they elected to deploy a private military contractor as an insurance measure. They called it my security detail. They were dispatched after I relayed the union's initial offer.
Every worker...
A member of the board. I tried to convince my employer it was simply a piece of rhetoric, or a joke. They did not appreciate the humor.
Do you need a security detail?
Absolutely not. These mercenaries are muscle, pure and simple. They are meant to intimidate the Union into...
Who are they, exactly?
Crenel, an Oranese military company. As far as I know, 3 arrived in Martinez. They report to me sporadically, but they do not answer to me. To be frank, our relationship is deteriorating. They wear ceramic armor, have semi-automatic weapons, and years of combat experience. They also have trauma and stressor disorder, and no idea how to conduct themselves in an urban civilian environment.
So, what happened?
The story is, one of them, the Colonel, I don't know his real name, sexually assaulted a local woman while he was drunk and separated from his unit. This allowed some of the more militant Union members to... He was taken out behind the whirling in rags, and nothing. Mr. Clare refuses to let me into the harbor. I have not been able to discuss this matter with anyone there. The remaining 2 Crenel contractors carry out their orders, for now. It's a smokescreen. In secret, they are conducting an independent military tribunal into the lynching. Once this investigation is concluded, executions will follow.
What is the nature of this so-called investigation?
Whether to execute one, some, or all of the Union militants.
Lovely. That ain't how we do business here, though.
It'll be all of them. The decision is already made.
This is not disco.
It is very far from disco. My only hope is that you provide a single, concrete suspect before the mercenaries indiscriminately pick theirs. Simply put, if you don't pin this on someone good, and do it fast, they will identify and execute everyone present at the lynching. This in turn will...
They would have to.
The Débardeurs have over 2,000 men. It will be 1,000 to 1.
Have you ever seen a Hornet invade a beehive, Lieutenant? These men work in tandem using semi- and fully automatic firearms. Their armor is virtually impenetrable to muzzle-loaded weapons. Even yours, as I said, a bloodbath.
I can't see it happen. Too many things would have to go wrong first.
Too many things have already gone wrong. Lieutenant W. Freighter Dubois. All we can do is keep that which is not from following suit. One single concrete suspect delivered into civil court, and I may be able to defuse this situation. Yes. I'm afraid this strike may descend into...
Since you are sharing, ma'am, this is also the RCM's worst-case scenario.
Then we're on the same page, as grim as it may be.
What can you tell me about Cornell?
Not much. Their public resume is relatively good, as far as private military contractors go. I believe they were once called Downwell. They boast a long list of clients. Saint-Baptiste, Welschmann-Lorenz, Eintracht. A warning sign, however. The operations concerned all take place in third or fourth world countries.
Meaning they're used to operating in war zones.
Yes. All the good conflict corridors, Supramundi, Yesut, the Seminese Islands, countries that don't have a good record reporting a true... Sadly, no. Before this happened, I had little interest in them. Now that I do, if you still have access to the ICP's database, you could run a better background check than I ever could. It may take some time, though.
Do you know a lot about the inner workings of the RCM and the ICP, ma'am?
In my line of work, it pays to do your research. I was prepared to deal with the RCM. I did not think I'd be dealing with a group like Crenell. I have. And they will. However, these orders take time to reach what is basically a rogue unit out in the field here. Until they do, it's all on us. Or he didn't. This is information passed on to me from some teenagers loitering around the canal. I cannot testify by it. The remaining contractors. Their tribunal. That the man was killed because he assaulted a local woman. I've asked around a bit.
This does not come as news to us, but still. To your knowledge, where did this assault take place?
Last Sunday night, at the Whirling in Rags. Either way, he's alleged to have sexually assaulted a woman. Sometime later, a group of dock workers got their hands on him.
No, we have it under control.
Then you've made progress. It's imperative that you move fast. The tribunal will not be patient.
This Colonel, the one hanged, did you know him?
You mean, did I see him alive?
You don't know how you know. It's not written on her face, nor in her voice, but she had sympathy for this man.
Lely, his service name, a nom de guerre, most likely. He wouldn't divulge his full name. Only one of them did. One is a man, Corty, they call him, a nickname as well. The other a woman, Phyllis DePaul. Corty is the gunner, I believe. DePaul is a radio operator.
Interesting.
What would you say was his eye color, the deceased's?
She closes her eyes,
I can't remember.
That's all right, ma'am. Anything else?
He was 40. Or 50.
This matches the dental reconstruction we saw on the body. And Glacier also mentioned it, I believe.
He was, Occidental, I think. Light brown hair, a mixed accent. In a way, it was humanizing. He had to learn to speak through it. Through the injury.
Must be hard to force your face to move in a new fashion. If you continue like this, you'll have an aneurysm. Then you'll have to.
They've gone to ground, as it were.
Huh.
I don't recommend seeking them out. For one, they're likely to be armed to the teeth. They don't have the same respect for the Revachol citizens' militia as I do. To put it bluntly, they think you're vigilantes. Ghetto savages.
Vigilantes. You're a professional officer of the only legitimate authority in Revachol.
We still need to know where they are.
You're likely to run into them eventually. When that happens, I'll be in a better position to mediate if I don't appear involved.
One is obviously the scab leader at the harbor gates. The one chanting the idiotic slogans. He's barely maintaining his disguise.
Ooh. Okay, I did not put that together.
The other has a vantage point in a building south of the roundabout. They were keeping tabs on you while you were canvassing the lorry drivers.
That may be so. I still hope you heed my advice.
For all your talk of averting this catastrophe, the situation at the gate is a powder keg.
Of course it bothers me, Lieutenant. But my hands are tied. How would my employer react if it appeared I were intervening on behalf of the Union?
Your concern may be appearances.
Egg!
Ours is keeping the peace.
Look at the little egg fly by. Sorry. Hi, Kiki. Goodbye. Another egg. Yeah, I figured you have your stream starting in a few minutes. You want to tell people what you're playing?
That would afford a good vantage point. In any case, it's practically inaccessible.
Where is your radio for contacting them, if I may ask? Do you have an earpiece?
Supplies.
Heavens no. I'm not an undercover agent. There's a shortwave at the ship's wheel. I hope I can answer it better.
How much time do we have?
Until the executions start? Truthfully, I don't know. It depends on their progress identifying the members of the...
They don't report their progress to you?
Not on this matter. I'm afraid they consider this a personal initiative. It's a matter of days, not weeks. I am sorry to have been the bearer of bad news. If there is anything else I can help you with, of course. Excuse my hesitation before.
For about half a minute, she wears fingerless gloves. Her fingernails are cut short and fractured.
It was taken with a trigette not long ago. This is the man's upper body. There were no more markings on his hands or legs.
Her mouth is relaxed. The accordion lines near her mouth vanish. The pearls of her eyes move slowly on. She has no excess of emotions for this cadaver. Has she seen dead bodies before? It's likely.
Sorry. I was trying to see if I can read the web of interdependencies between these points. The stars. I can't. But that's how you read this story. The points themselves don't have letters, numbers, anything. Their size, location on the body, and distance from each other tells you what they represent.
Like blooms in a pattern.
Close. Port cities. This is an Oronese map of the waterways. A sailor's tattoo worn by wayfarers of the Dolorian century. Over 300 years ago, the sailors would mark their bodies to map their travels. Quite a few. Vredefort, the Oronese capital, traditionally stands on the right shoulder. He started somewhere near here, I think.
What next?
Then he made his way to the Pretto Grande, through what I think must be the Stutz Canal, an artificial channel through the Occident. From the Pretto, he sailed to the Insulindic Ocean, first the Semnes Islands, then this. Revachol. Those are the two constants. Vredefort on the shoulder, and Revachol in the heart. They started the tradition of these maps right after the discovery of Insulinde, at the dawn of the Interinsulary Age.
You said you can't read it.
I can't. This man was no sailor. And these are no ports. I can understand geographic fragments, but not their meaning. The sailor's soul would use it to fly back home if they should die abroad. This is a sort of contraption to be reeled back in by.
Where is he now?
This one's flown quite far by now.
I would say he's near the Arcade Islands by now, ready to exit the Insulindian and into the Pale, if I've read his home address correctly.
Could you tell me more?
His platoon members? The other contractors, though I do not suggest you go and show them that picture. This man...
It could go this or the other way. Maybe if you're tactful, it could be beneficial.
Do what you have to do, Detective Dubois. I don't think deciphering that tattoo should come before public security. But if you should wade into the mob to find out...
We will be careful, ma'am.
Is there anything else I can help you with?
Cool. So that's all the information I need from her. Confront the Hardy Boys about the drug trade. I'm sure they... The way that they described how Ruby operates is that she's very much a person in charge, but minding her own damn business, right? So what I think is happening here is that she was running this operation without their knowledge. That's my assumption going into this. Do I want to spend my skill points on forgetting homosexual underground? Yes. And remembering communism? Yes. What happens to... Okay, what happens to completed thoughts, though? Whatever.
The waves are beginning to die down. Look at those little bastards. Simmer down.
You know what? Let's go back to classic Harry. Let's get some classic Harry going on. I don't want to change myself up too much, you know? I can try to clean myself up, be a good police officer, fix my drug problem, my drinking problem. I can't give up my style, though. Can't give up that disco fit.
The Coppernado is back. What do you want? Yeah? What? The what now?
She said she's building a...
What?
We were talking about radio equipment.
Huh.
She said she's doing Ulan frequencies at a Pale something.
There you have it. Pale something.
It feels like you'll get to know soon enough.
Anything else you want, Cobb? Yeah. By friends, you mean his squad mates from Cronell.
Wouldn't want to beat up his grandma.
This is what happens if you take the law into your own hands. Other people start doing it too.
Let them come. The Hardy Boys are right fucking here.
Oh, yeah?
You heard the man. Right here. We're armed. We got the whole district behind us, and
Yeah. A well-oiled murder machine.
big fucking surprise. They hire psycho scum, arm them to the teeth, and let them loose in the city. What do you think is gonna happen?
Exactly, buddy. I'm glad we're on the same page on that note.
We got weapons of our own. We got Ister 50s, Zeelagers. Glenn's got a knock cannon at home.
Will they pierce ceramic armor?
I guess we're gonna see, aren't we?
For your sake, I hope you're right.
Right about what? That a 50 caliber bullet goes through shit? Yeah, I am.
Conclude with a shrug. I like that.
So are the local gangs. The fucking Barmy Army and the Madre scum.
Yeah. Where are they now, huh? Send back to Madre in a...
These people are trained military professionals.
No, they're not. They're uncoordinated and drunk. Don't forget, we're listening in on their communications. Their shit is way apart. What do you mean, okay?
Be on your side when they come.
Yeah, just try not to get in the way.
Beneath the whoopassery, it's clear that he appreciates all the help he can get.
Aw.
Like hell you have. There is no local drug trade. This place is as clean as a rifle. Go back to Jamrock and ask the local junkies how clean your streets are.
We'll do that. In the meantime, did you know that there's an abandoned lorry at the intersection that was used to move raw ingredients for drugs from Terminal B to Jamrock? We know Ruby was the driver. We know that's your affiliation with her. Detective, you want to deliver the coup de grace?
No, do the honor. You've earned it.
Thank you. You're right, Titus. There is no local drug trade because it's all controlled by you.
That's a mighty interesting theory. I guess that's what you would need to do, theoretically. A big, strong, state-run monopoly.
Yeah, man. Theoretically, that's what you would do. To get rid of the gangs, the dealers, even some of the junkies.
You would need good, trustworthy people to take their place, of course. Hardy men to run such a monopoly. For the good of the community, of course.
I know that for a fact there's still plenty of drugs out there.
No, there aren't. Some little shit and his dad are doing speed. Who fucking who? The stuff's probably from Jamrock.
Whatever you've seen is peanuts. Look at the big picture, man.
Theoretically, of course. We're just talking politics here. My answer to your drug accusation is, how dare you? Go fuck yourself.
This voice actor is fantastic.
You sure do love long walks through Theory Town, don't you? Well, I'm thirsty now. Thirsty for beer.
He doesn't let it show, but must be a little impressed. You've put a lot of things together fast.
Well, there we go. Business settled. So what else do we have on the docket here? Reality lowdown, sad song, find a way into the secret passage. Probably ain't gonna happen. Find smokes and smoke them. Find booze and drink it. Not gonna do that. Can't paint the wall. Find the murder weapon. Solve the egghead puzzle. Sync the signs of the Noid. So it's just those dudes. Visit the ravers, the nightclub. Determine where the shot came from. I have to check the island and the boardwalk for bullet traces. It's in the apartment buildings to the North Martinez, apartment number 20. Report to Lena and the Whirling. Union and cryptozoology business might end when you do. Yeah. Okay. Our business is pretty tied up.
Hello, dear. It's good to see a familiar face. Thank you for doing that, dear.
Her smile is wary. Her earlier ebullience has left her.
Morel still isn't feeling well. I convinced him to stay at Gary's to get some rest. I'm afraid the cold has really gotten to him. I'm sorry, dear. You've had to drudge through them so many times. Such as Morel will eventually, or will...
The lieutenant stares at his shoe, caked in mud. He doesn't say anything.
Taken on with undue optimism.
I absolutely understand, sweetie. It's for the best, believe me.
Very strange. You get the sense she wouldn't have let you do this, even if you did volunteer. Why?
Different? How?
You've given up.
In doubt, sweetie. That's all. It's,
Huh.
a strange feeling. I haven't really told this to anyone.
And when a police officer asks,
Do you ever wonder if some lovely story from your childhood...
Hunching her shoulders now. She seems even smaller than she is.
Seeing the Insulindian phasmid was just a story I used to tell people. Morel's so proud of it.
A terrible sting in the heart. Regret.
You seem to really believe it. Doesn't that count for something?
No, sweetie. There's more to it than that. Morel was so eager to believe my story was that I'm some queen of the cryptozoologists. That
I am a queen? An extraordinary witness to grace.
Huh.
But now, we're both getting old, and he's still working himself sick out in those reeds looking for it.
The lieutenant opens his notebook, but doesn't write anything. An acorn is not the same as the tree. That requires time, diligence, and care. All qualities these two seem to share in abundance.
Wrong or not, your relationship with Morel isn't just about the phasmid.
But it is. We've spent years searching for the phasmid, hunting it together. If I hadn't led him down this path, he could have a steady job lecturing at a university.
Normally, when I think about stuff like women in marriage, I feel bad. But when I think about you and Morel, I feel okay. That counts for something, no?
Of course it counts for something. But we've had our hard times, too. I was a paraplegic before we met. He didn't know before I arrived. On our first date.
She has to swallow to relax her throat. It's keeping her from talking.
Maybe. But then why do I not dare tell him? My point is, the Insulindian phasmid probably does not exist. And you were right to put your bug-chasing days behind you.
You're not sure you made it up either.
I'm not sure of anything. Sometimes I still see it, you know. The real memory.
Rising. Unfolding from the reeds on a hot summer's day.
Either way, I should go. Poor Morel is running a fever, and I need to get him home to Jamrock before we overstay our welcome with Gary. Oh no, thank you, but I can get there on my own. This old thing is gas-powered.
Huh.
And then a taxi home. It's not so bad.
Really?
Oh, sweetie. Please don't get stuck on a dream. Take it from me and Morel. Likewise, sweetie. Thank you for everything. Truly. Even though it turned out to be a
dream. A fool's hope. Say her lips move like that. She drives off. The gas engine putters brightly as she gets to the doors, then pushes them open. Outside, it's snowing.
We should go to...
Somewhere out there, a kilometer to the southeast, a gust of wind shakes the felled building, rattling dusty windows.
Don't tell me that the Find the Insulindian Phasmid quest is still active. No, okay. We need to talk to a few other people. Well, I need to go to the apartments. It's not this way. Apartment number 20. So that would be on the second floor then. I just want to see what's going on with Kuno's dad.
A bundle of clothes. In the dark, it looks like a nest. Something underneath there is breathing. It's not too late. Your hand touches a greasy duvet. You see a 60-year-old, fat, red-headed man pass out from large amounts of alcohol. You don't have to take him down. He's already down.
What is there to do? We could turn him on his side so he doesn't choke on his own vomit, but he's already on his side. We could take him to Remedy or Saint-Baptiste, but he doesn't have money for medical services. They don't do charity for people who are trying to kill themselves. Besides, he'll be dead in a few.
The pile of blankets grunts miserably. The man groans once again, but his tongue keeps failing him. It's impossible to make out the syllables. And then it dawns upon you. Pigs, he says. He's trying to call you pigs. Are you going to let a semi-conscious degenerate disrespect you? His hand falls back on the bed, limp and defeated.
At least he got to say his piece.
Just needed to make sure he wasn't dead. You don't want, like, children living by themselves with no care. You know what I mean?
A weathered brown door. Something smells good. Soup allongio. The lieutenant motions to you. This is the door. You already know it's the right door.
Don't knock! Just leave! You don't need this! You don't need to sad it up!
You're right. Let's talk this through.
You hear light footsteps passing by the door, and
we have our first preliminary identification. In all likelihood, the deceased is the husband of Billy Méjean. We need to confirm this, as well as deliver the death notification to Billy herself. Now, delivering a death notification is never an easy task. There's a reason why it's often called the most stressful part of our job. This is why it's usually done in pairs. You got this. I'll be monitoring reactions, ready to act if necessary.
I think I'm ready.
The lieutenant motions towards the door.
Hello? Who is it?
And someone turns down the radio. He gives you a short, encouraging nod.
The police? A moment, please give us a moment.
Tidying up. There's fear in her voice.
Oh no.
Come in, the door is open.
Excuse me. This is gonna be rough. Buckwheat and onions. I was gonna search the place first. So she has children, young children.
It's you from the bookstand. I don't think I introduced myself properly. I'm Billy. Would you like something to drink?
The lieutenant has taken off his foggy glasses and is busy cleaning them. He must feel vulnerable without his glasses. Is this why he's letting you take the lead?
Thanks, but I'm all right.
Is this about Victor, my husband? Is he in some kind of trouble again?
Keep it together. You don't want your body language to tell her the news.
Sorry, I'm rambling. It's just that Victor often gets into all kinds of trouble. So, how can I help you? It's me, Victor, and the kids here. We have 2 daughters, Jenny and Jolie. The girls are staying at their friend's place tonight.
She swallows visibly.
He has a problem with drinking. He's probably in the box drinking with his friends. I sent him to the library a few days ago, but I guess something came up. No, I guess I'll find out when he decides to come back home. It shouldn't be long from now. He's never gone for more than a few days. Just to return a book of mine. Why?
Do something? Break something? It's a fool's hope.
I think it was, Thibaut's The Glinting Curve. It was pretty good.
She folds her hands. Here it comes.
$97%.
You've done this before. Just keep your focus. Yes, that's the most important thing. Use that word.
Ma'am, I'm very sorry to say, but your husband, Victor Mejean, was found dead on the Martinez boardwalk.
What did you say?
A great and terrible spike. The blood freezes in her veins.
Oh. Oh. But he was just...
But he was just here. Alive.
We understand this comes as a huge shock. I want you to know that me and my partner are here for you if you have any questions.
What happened to him?
It was an accident. He fell through the hole in the boardwalk and hit his head.
Was he drunk?
Alcohol may have played a role, yes.
I see. And you just found him there, lying in the cold. How long had he been there?
If you say 2 days maybe, it will be etched in her mind forever.
It couldn't have been long.
She blinks, eyes welling up with tears, as her hand starts searching for something from the pockets of her dress. The handkerchief.
No words, just give her the handkerchief.
A small, terrified smile quivers on her face as she takes the handkerchief and wipes away the tears.
Is there anyone we could call for you? A friend, a family member, someone who could be here for you?
No, no. I just need to tell my girls.
It burns like acid.
God, should I call them? Should I tell them to come home?
No. A day.
Take a day to recover. You'll be better prepared when they come home tomorrow.
Good. That's probably the right thing. Thank you. Just tell me, what do I need to do next? Where is he?
We've taken him to the city morgue. The local coroner will be contacting you shortly to arrange the funeral. Here's his number in case you want to contact him earlier. Is there anything else that the RCM could do for you?
No, I'll call you if something comes up. I'm still... Thank you. Thank you for telling me. I'll call if...
Very sorry, ma'am.
We should step outside and talk. You did well.
What now?
I'll call the station when we're finished with the day, and let them know the name of the deceased.
What about Billy and her kids?
They'll manage.
They have to. It's not your place to live their lives.
Let's go.
We're knocking out so much stuff tonight. It's been a few hours, so I can check in on the ravers as well. You know what might be a smart thing to do? Put on the armor before I talk to anyone. I wish I got the boots. I'm not gonna lie. When I think about looting the boots, I think about this very specific vine. Hold on. Oh, I sent it. I sent it to someone. I can go find the link. Beep bop, beep bop, bop. Ah, fuck. Right, let me go. Full screen. Monitor.
Detective, this is a crime scene.
What is this, a murder weapon? Get off my dick!
That's them. Like that's them. This is me getting the boots. Like, is this the murder weapon? Get off my dick. I'm a real detective. I'm wearing bulletproof armor so they don't snipe me from the rooftop. Knowing military folks, they aim for center mass to ensure they don't miss, though they could easily hit my head if they have the credentials they talk about.
Right to work! Right to work! Shame on you!
Don't think so.
Suddenly, this feels like a really, really bad idea. Silence. He takes the photo. Hard as a stone, you see dead flesh in colorful rivers of polychrome.
Fucking loincloths. Really did him in. Yeah. What it means. I can tell you what this one means. Only one. You want to hear what happened here? Our colonel is deep in the bush here. Deep in the fucking bush. In Benital, 41. Monsoon season. He's on a reconnaissance mission. He spent a month behind enemy lines, scouting kept villages. Nothing but fucking bugs and snakes for fun. Men are getting restless. There's talk
with some strange emotion. This is about to get really graphic. Last moment to back off.
Our boy, he's only a captain then, but he knows how these men think. If they don't see action soon. At dawn, he comes upon two kids, breeding in the bushes by the river.
Yikes.
Or maybe they weren't breeding. Maybe they were just making eyes at each other. We shot the boy. He was useless, but the girl, she was nice. A little... What's the matter, militiaman? No stomach for it? This man was worth 1,000 loincloths.
I think we should maybe even get going now.
There is absolutely no need to push this any further.
Yep. Well, we figured it out. If I hear a gunshot, then yeah. Can I tell Titus about any of this? Like as a warning?
The Copper-nado is back. What do you want?
No, okay. Can't tell him that. He still doesn't want to talk, I assume.
Again? I can't believe this shit.
Oh, man.
You see, a heavy... The door does not. The man ponders his cooking utensil. He looks up at you, Shrugging is an international sign for no.
Yeah, okay. So, nothing behind that door. Can I ask him about it?
Hey, was there something you needed?
No. We're good. He seems calmer. Okay. So we got some information. Right.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with?
Okay. Let's go check in on the nightclub and look for the bullet residue, and then we'll move on. I should also probably talk to Everard at some point before I finish this investigation, because I have to finish all of my dealings with the Union before we move too far forward. I just want to make sure that I get all the loose ends tied off. But it should have taken them a couple of hours to set up, and they should be set up. Yes.
Yes, what is it?
What? What did you say? I can't hear you! The music is too loud. Oh, the project! It's not going well. There's that guy. I need him to plug a 3.5 cable into the auxiliary input so that I can route the audio signal through the mixer into the speakers. He doesn't listen to me. He only ever seems to care about hardcore and Yekokata. Thanks. Maybe you can get through his. Let me know how it goes.
Back to the heavyweight jam. Hardcore. Hardcore. Hardcore to the mega. Internally coherent. All core. All right.
He furrows his brow.
Hardcore.
Is it though? But is it? I mean, really?
Feels like you should reply with the very pinnacle of idiocy here, so that things get totally transcendent.
I am the mic enforcer. I am Vikla. True. Hard. It's hardcore. Skibber-D. Skibber-Danger.
Your cop training did.
Vikla. True. Hard. Hardcore. Yeah. Luckier scheme.
Okay.
Viklos. True. Hard. Full. Hardcore. Yeah. Spinning out lyrics, and the amount of lyrics I got is against the law.
Gotcha, man.
True. Hard. Full. Car. It's hardcore. Skibber-D. Skibber.
Your cop train.
Okay.
Vikla. True. Hardcore. Hardcore to the internally. Good morning, yeah. 1, 2, 3. Yekokata. The place to be. Yekokata is a hot. Vikla. True.
Okay.
Alright. Gotta get the people going. Yeah. Request. Vikla. True. Hardcore to the mega. Internally coherent. All car. Alright.
He furrows his brow.
Hardcore.
The question is, what is the question? But there was a question?
God damn it. Okay.
Hardcore. Internally. All car.
I refuse to look anything up. I'm gonna figure this goddamn puzzle out.
He furrows.
Hardcore.
The question is, What? But there was no question.
True. Hardcore.
I'm gonna figure this shit out.
He furrows.
Is it though?
One mind, one spirit.
I've
Hardcore. Skibberdy.
Your cop training.
You ain't shit. True. Hardcore to the. Here comes the knife.
What do I say in response?
Hardcore to internally. Good morning, yeah. It's the message, so listen and you will see.
Nothing is going through.
We're close. True. Hardcore. Internally. All.
He furrows.
Hardcore. Ah.
The question is, what? But there was.
We're close. True. It's hardcore. Skibberdy.
Your cop train.
God damn. All right, we'll figure this out in a minute.
Yeah, it's all set up, man. Can you already imagine ecstatic vibrations? Now, the only thing left to do is the name of the club. Will you do the honors, detective?
I wouldn't. I wouldn't build a club, and I wouldn't name it either.
An underground place with no name?
We're not going with anything the Crabman would say.
Why not? The Crabman has...
I don't care. I don't like the Crabman, and
I think Estelle should
how
name
about
it.
something simple?
Too modern and too ironic. We don't want ironic. We want real. Real and the name. Everything I managed to come up with.
Andre's overthinking it.
Yes. You should do it, detective. Lloyd's right. You have? Well, what's the name?
Disco Elysium, baby.
Like that DeLorean word for the world, you mean? Elysium.
But Disco Elysium? Isn't it wacky? Disco's kind of gone, isn't it? Forgotten.
The past is the future, but the future is dead. No, it's beautiful. Beautiful and brave. And short.
It's settled then. Everyone welcome to Disco Elysium.
Andre breaks into frenzied dance-like motion to celebrate the name. You should go with the flow. Join in on the experience. It feels good. It feels right. But what is this?
I'm dancing. Yes, my man.
Talk? What is there to talk about if you can express yourself with moves?
Goodbye, officer.
I want to dance along. Okay, so I can dance along. What gives me savior fare? Minus. Does the tank top? No. I don't think anything does. Let's just try.
Oh, hey, man. It's good to see you.
You close your eyes and
But just imagine the moves you could pull.
puts a grin on your face just to think about it. Salvation.
He's a quiet man. Mostly communicates through music and by being a master of ceremonies. Well, he's just kind of here. I don't really know how to communicate with him. Yeah, sometimes. When I stumble and find my way into his center, you have to hear a lot of hardcore to the mega first though.
The man smiles mysteriously. I get it. He's a puzzle.
It's to express.
Is that a bald spot? It's hard to tell for sure with the fused together spikes, but it looks like he's balding.
Maybe it was a bad idea. Anyway. Oh yeah, that's a meteor and name for the founding party. Thought it'd be cool to use it. You know, of Meteo, concerning Meteo. Yes? Goodbye, officer.
Okay.
True. Hardcore is internally coherent. All
He furrowed.
Is it though? But is it? No, but seriously, I'm a bit worried it isn't.
The skin on your back is crawling. There is a hawthorn tree on Rue de Saint-Gisli. Don't be alarmed. everything is okay. He isn't actually worried. Everything is still super hardcore. What he probably means is,
To the Mega! Yeah! I can route it through auxiliary. Oh, she uses 3.5. Yeah. The auxiliary lining is...
Oh no, we're going to be in this...
Don't worry. I have an adapter for it right here. Hang on. This is a 4.5.
whoa, thank God.
Great! Someone got through to him. Okay, let's get it all set.
Everybody! Everybody! Don't... The honor will be back! But we're doing something else for one moment. Yeah! The first page of the second chapter!
Why are there lungs in your belt buckle?
Lungs are for love! When Dolores Day was anointed innocence, love!
A dopamine surge accompanies the words. It feels like electricity.
There's nothing wrong with it. Sometimes I just feel like anodic music is in its infancy, you know? Isn't something holding it back? It's like it's only... I think it's super hardcore, but you're right. It's not hyper hardcore. Fuck yeah, I knew it.
He seems sure, but you are left with the nagging doubts.
Alright!
Okay.
Yes, what is it? Okay, but think you can ask him to turn the volume down a bit?
Maximum! Maximum!
I know it is, but...
Pump it to the brick!
Glue style? Okay, there literally is no other way.
See? He pumps it to the Heart Master. Of course it is.
Yeah! Permanent enlightenment! Of sound!
Never mind then. Let's get on with our project.
Egghead pumps his hand up in the air.
Born ready. Ready.
I'm ready if you two are detectives.
The lieutenant nods stoically. Suddenly, your palms are sweaty.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mute disengaged.
No wind outside, no waves. The woman looks around. In the silence, you see dust move on the floorboards. The driver of the speaker vibrates in the air and then stops. In the silence, a low hum starts creeping up your spine. It's a song inside you, not in the speakers, not in the room. A great bass sigh in the basement of your mind.
Whoa.
Slowly, it builds. It will devour everything. The floorboards, the glass, the streets, and...
Guys, what's going on?
This fragile world is about to break.
It's getting louder.
In the basins, the water looks like it's boiling.
Hosiana! Mother of Mega!
In his mind, a tidal wave approaching from afar, swallowing entire coastlines on its way. He's peaking, the worst high he's ever been on.
The beauty and the beat!
No, Egg! It's the window!
In the corner of your eye, the lieutenant steps aside, cautiously.
The window is going to come down. No, the roof!
Cracks appear on the stained glass window.
Come down to earth!
Below it, all the bass grows. Like the jaws of a giant compressor gnawing on metal and wood. A great pulse around.
That's it. I'm muting it. Shit! It doesn't stop. Asil, have you?
Yes, I've turned it off. Andre, pull the compressor!
Fuck! I can't shut it up. The signal's passed. It's not in here. It's...
This is it. A great roar. The vault of the roof twists above you. Glass shatters. And then it stops. Totally and utterly. As if there never was a sound. Only your ears still ring from the shock. Everybody.
Egg.
I pulled the plug. It was getting too hardcore. You did good, Egg. Most of the place seems to be intact. Fucking hell. Programmer lady, tell me you were recording that.
4 years. 22 people.
Millions of reals. All that time?
Yeah, but did you record it though?
Yes, Andre. I recorded it. Thank you all for doing this. Eggman, you too. And you, officer. It was mathematical information from the anomaly. I have no idea. I've never even heard.
A voice seems muffled in the silent church. It's your ears adjust.
Stay here. I'm going to stay here with these lunatics. Send letters, maybe meet Suliswolf. Also devise further measurements.
I want you to know that's totally chill with us.
I don't care, but thank.
That's the best she can manage for Andre.
Now, I have a theory to come up with.
Yes, and we have to get back to stabilizing Martinez.
You have an explanation for all this. Somewhere deep in you, you don't know enough about the world. But that Joyce, if you knew all she knows, could put it together.
I guess I should get that reality lowdown. Let's also figure out Noid.
You got us.
With wonder in his sharp eyes.
Between you and me, I don't know if you've noticed this about me. I'm a little suspicious of authority. But you...
Yes, you really came through.
Andre is busy cutting a cell using the one with the large head is blasting the dance track on repeat, while the stained glass window behind him is rattling from the base.
Better than the tent. Wasn't safe.
What he means is, you're right, actually. The tent was a safety hazard, and this place was deserted anyway.
Take care, Noid.
She's whistling.
Hey there, but that's not really what I wanted to talk about. I wanted to thank you instead for getting me and my friends in here. And we even found some new associate. Good, I think. Noid is getting a read on the place. I think he finds the carpentry very impressive. Andre's been setting up the compressor and dancing. Egghead's been Sauna, the programmer. She's doing whatever she does behind that radio computer of hers. She doesn't talk to us much, and the Crabman hasn't shown himself, thank God. No.
Just no?
It's pretty desolate here. I only hear the dogs bark at night and see the shadows move down the coast. Exactly. It's our chance to turn the grim desolation into an overwhelmingly...
That's a big fucking mood. Wait, I leveled up. Can I bump up Save Your Fare? I'm gonna dance, goddammit.
Oh, hey man, it's good to see you.
You close.
I'm gonna fucking dance. We're dancing. Again, I have no clothes that boost Save Your Fare. None at all. Oh. Just gonna keep checking.
Oh, hey man, it's good to see you.
You close your eyes and vacate your skull, leaving your brain to wonder. With
total darkness, you sink down the darkest fathoms of your own personal deep. Here it will begin. Oh, don't worry. The music's still there. Nothing. Just the immaculate silence of your spinal fluid.
I'm gonna let you in on a little secret. Every vertebrae in your spine is an unformed skull ready to pop up and replace the old one.
Huh.
Like shark teeth. The one you're currently in has a little brain forming in it to rule the world. Yes, it's all true.
Good. Because from what I can see...
Foolhardy. Do you even know what's happening on the surface? Maybe.
With your eyes still closed, the first thing you feel, all the way back in the pivoting darkness of your own torso, is warmth. You have become a triumph of rhythmoplastics, somewhere in a smelly wooden church on the coast of Revachol. You have become a flawless interlocking mechanism.
Yeah, baby!
Coming from the speaker setup of the one called Eggheads, free from self-awareness, no deliberation.
Oh my god! No way!
With his reel-to-reel mixer blasting the anthem of a future that will never come. The young... He throws a screwdriver and a bunch of drill chucks into the corner and explodes into dance. What he lacks in
Let's
sharpness,
get
he more than
Kim
makes up for
to
in
dance
violent
with
enthusiasm.
me.
What's going on here? Delinquents.
The lieutenant squeezes the bridge of his nose. The light reflects off his glasses. He's having trouble adjusting to the new reality.
What's happening? Good for you. Rock on then. What?
Who's the one in charge? You are.
I'm only gonna pull rank on you one time!
Are you kidding me?
Get your groove on, Lieutenant.
What on?
Yeah!
Okay, you psychopath. I see what you're doing there. It's jacked up footwork, plus is that Ubi for dancing?
Nah, it's not Ubi folk.
Yeah. Whatever.
Let's see some moves, Lieutenant.
Oh yeah? I did 15 years in the juvenile crime unit. I can do age inappropriate. Now, check this shit out.
The lieutenant begins to heel kick the church floor with such intensity, it's reasonable to fear he'll kick a hole right through it.
Yeah, baby.
To collapse, bringing the church roof down on all of you. It doesn't look like he'd give a shit either.
Let's get everybody to dance.
Asil, aren't you going to dance?
No, recording.
The lead programmer throws the other young woman a knowing glance before turning her attention back to her. She's still at her mainframe, pressing buttons, reading printouts, but she started to the music. The young man immediately bounces up and down. The authority of the law unquestionable. The dynamic motion of your flailing body, you feel as if turning on the hyperdrive will be a point of no return. Feels almost melancholy. Are you sure you have the entire posse along for this? No time to wait. On the coast of the Martinez Inlet, in a small weather-beaten stave church built 380 years ago by settlers from the Occident, most likely to guard against an anomaly at its center, an officer of the RCM is contorting his body into idiotically rigid shapes as he invents the future of dance music.
I am La Rebachelière. I am the city. The modulations of my voice are noted down in thermometers and barometers. You feel me in your nostrils. I also reside in your lungs, and I am a fragment of the world spirit. My heart is the wind corridor. The bottom of my air is red. Come morning, I carry industrial dust and let it settle on tree leaves. I've seen you. I've seen you. I've seen you with her. You are an officer of the citizens' militia, Jante and Rebut. When you wear your coat, you move through my streets freely, in motor carriages and on foot. I need you. You can keep me on this earth.
An officer of the RCM is lying on the floor of a small church.
Had a good rest there?
Relax. People pass out while partying hard all...
So, we should get going, maybe?
Yeah, let's, You're right, Lieutenant. Let's go.
You might be imagining it, but it feels...
Man! Now, man! Now imagine if we could do that, right?
End of human development. Mission complete.
Hope I remember those moves, man.
Don't worry, man.
I'm so glad I got Kim to dance. I got them all to dance. There's another pair of shoes there? There's the same pair of shoes that I already have. Weird. Yeah, because I definitely have those shoes. There's more of the church I didn't really check out. Well, we are problem solvers, if nothing else. And I got Kim to dance, and I'm more than happy with that. Now we should be real cops. With the boardwalk fully checked out, I should investigate it a little more. Forensics came by and picked up the body, so maybe there's some different stuff on the boardwalk I can investigate.
There's some tear.
That's it. Where would it be on the boardwalk that the shot would have come from? Is there anything I can investigate in relation to the gunshot? Not that I can tell from this part of the boardwalk. I know it wants me to investigate the electronic building. I have started investigating it, but I'm putting that on pause to look around the place. Because we already checked the beach.
A row of ghostly shades facing a crumbling wall, with another 7 shades standing 10 meters from them. A cold behind this building, the other one, once filled with engineers and...
I can't get out that way? I see. Okay. Just need a bit more investigating to figure some stuff out. No, Union and cryptozoology business might end when you do. So, yeah. Check the boardwalk for bullet cases, check the island. Check island for bullet traces. I mean, it would have to be boardwalk, but I'm not sure where on the boardwalk. And also, I guess I haven't talked to Joyce enough about reality, so I guess I should do that. I kind of thought I figured most shit out.
You're back. Good. What can I... More lessons in basic reality? My favorite part of the day. Go ahead, ask me anything. A bird? A Svenicid? A flightless bird of the polar regions? This place is an unmarked micro-settlement on... It's lovely, really. I'm thinking of buying it. Yes, so I can spy to Everard and spoil his plans for this place. Don't worry, I'll never get around to it. The information you pass to me will remain confidential. A bird? This place. It's lovely, really. Of course. A bird? Of course you're not, my dear. Of course. Ask me anything. It's a new...
She conveys it in case he goes down later.
Be my guest.
So I guess I need to ask these questions. So Esprit de Corps is locked. Conceptualization's also
Glad to have been
fine.
of assistance.
So, okay, checking my skills. I can level up Esprit de Corps. But it's also really high, so I thought it'd be fine.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with? Oh?
Is what you're about to say when a cold streak runs through your heart. Once said, there is no going back, Harry. Yes. What if something...
Of course, Detective. You can always drop by later, should something come up. Now, what else can I do for you? More lessons in basic reality? My favorite part of the day. Go ahead, ask me anything.
6 kilometers southwest
in
the Valley of Dogs. Junior Officer Chad Tilbrook. To his left, his partner, Emil Mullins, whispers, "You heard what happened to Tequila Sunset in Martinez?" "Yes, he lost his mind," Tilbrook answers, fingers on the trigger. "Don't worry, Emil." He pulls it out slowly. "We always do."
You? You're an officer of the RCM. Preciso Mundo. Nothing more nor less than the de facto law enforcement body of post-revolutionary Revachol.
Yes, we are the Revachol Citizens Militia.
Yes, that means not de jure. The RCM acts in what is poetically called the twilight of international law, both at the behest of the coalition government. The RCM's responsibilities are defined by the Emergency, Wayfarer and Aliments Acts, 3 pieces of legislation keeping the city in a, let's be honest, laissez-faire stasis to the benefit of foreign...
All 3 are good to know when we are out policing.
I'm a thrall of foreign interests?
There's nothing basic about your role, Detective. It's true that the RCM keeps everything the way our seemingly permanent... Yet, on the other hand, I know these people. I deal with them daily. Let me tell... The post-revolutionary decade was a disaster for the coalition government. Revachol in the 20s was hell. They called it the international zone because no nation wanted to claim responsibility. The RCM restored peace where the coalition failed. A true blue citizen...
That's somewhat of an exaggeration. In reality, ours is a Revacholians get to keep the peace in Revachol, and the coalition doesn't have to worry about it. Anyway, sorry to intrude.
Yes, Lieutenant. Permit me to conclude with this. Who you are, to me, is the police. And if those authorities drink so hard they need help recalling the basic nothing more.
Yes, we are.
Yes, that means... Permit me... And if those authorities drink so hard they need help recalling the basic terms of reality, well, I am here to help. Glad to have been of assistance.
Okay. I'm gonna need some conceptualization close because holy crap is my conceptualization low. Okay, visual calculus, drama. I mean, I have some spare level ups, so I could bump up conceptualization. Why not?
Why does art inspire you so much? Excellent question. In short, art is the highest form of human communication. Have you looked in the mirror lately? To be honest, you have the exact features of the modern artist. With that, yes, you seek substance. No vapid representations and reproductions of social mores. As exactly. It's not only your duty to only catch the criminals off the street. Go ahead and provide savage criticisms.
I've got the art cop thought now. Actual art degree. Can't even look at this shit. Right.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with?
Reality lowdown.
More lessons in basic reality? My favorite part of the day. Go ahead, ask me anything.
A strange...
This is gonna be 3%, so there's gonna be a few tries.
You're back. Good. More lessons in basic reality.
A strange...
This is gonna be a few tries. Ooh.
You're back. Good. More lessons in basic reality.
A strange...
Ooh, 3%, baby. Even with the clothes, even with leveling up.
You're back. More lessons in basic reality.
A strange coldness comes over you, as it's on the tip of your tongue.
I mean, okay, so there's no dialogue for the failure. I just need to press through.
You're back. More lessons in basic reality.
A strange
I can do this. I don't have any negatives. Do I have any negatives to conceptualization? Is anything giving me conceptualization negatives? No.
You're back. More lessons in basic reality.
These are just bad rolls.
You're back. More lessons in basic reality.
Okay, that one should have been a success, but whatever. That was a 6 and a 5. You're telling me that's... You're telling me an 11 plus 2. What do I have to beat?
Back. More lessons in basic reality. My favorite part of the day. Go ahead.
A strange...
You're gonna hear this dialogue a lot, chat, and I apologize, but I need to... I'm gonna crack this fucking case wide open.
More lessons in basic reality.
Strange.
I'm gonna crack this case wide the fuck open.
You're back. More lessons in basic reality.
A strange...
I'm gonna crack this motherfucker wide open.
You're back. More lessons in basic reality.
What is all of this? The scent.
What world? The only one, I suppose. The world of matter. And its pale antipode.
The camera of her mind glides over the surface of the water.
Great bodies of water. Forest-covered surfaces.
There it is, baby.
Clusters of light where the cities lie. You've seen the montage. We all have. This world is enough. There is a term of endearment they coined for it. In the DeLorean century, when humanity was high on this world, discovering more and more of it, these archipelagos included. Elysium. It does. There are those who would call it hell. A term of hatred that originates, like many such things, with the Mesk petro-fascists. Oh, you want a picture of the world? There is no complete set yet, dear. Great things are difficult to achieve. For now, we're viewing the world from the inside, sideways. That's looking less and less likely, Detective. You wouldn't know it from the tabloids, But the ORG nations have been launching weather balloons into the lower ionosphere.
ORG. Oxidant.
There's a steadily increasing trickle of images. Between the big three, they're piecing together a... Yes. Pale covers 72% of the surface. There are grey flares and prominences, even arcs above entire isolas. The images are blurry, but if there was a sphere in there, it certainly looks like it fractured.
A cold fear seeps into you.
They say there is a rarefied envelope of matter surrounding the darkened disk of our planet. I am sorry, dear. It must sound quite terrifying through the acute encephalopathy. Even scientific positivism isn't entirely convinced about what... But this is one of the greatest questions of our time. Maybe when they get the complete set together, it will jolt us out of our rut. I don't know about things of that scale. But yes, we'll be fine.
She does not seem convinced that you'll be fine. If anything, she's realizing how deep your condition runs.
You have misimagined it. I don't have the power to convey to you the effect and geometry of the... It's like the crowning of the world. It's insane. Very disco. You'd love it. See? Everyone finds something worth holding on to in this...
The cold seeps into you. Suddenly, you're conscious of yourself standing there, on whatever this all is. The lieutenant observes you both, silently. He adjusts his glasses.
The Pale is not
Yes. Also, I think we've had enough excitement for today.
His voice is low, but firm.
Of course, Lieutenant. Let's try something else.
The lieutenant glances at you from the corner of his eye. Was he just worried? You could sneak back later when the lieutenant is not here, unless you can convince him to step aside.
Glad to have been of assistance.
Mazovian socio-economics. 0.000% of communism has been built. Evil, child-murdering billionaires still rule the world with a shit-eating grin. All he has managed to do is make himself sad. He is starting to suspect Krasmazov fucked him over, personally, with his socio-economic theory. It has, however, made him into a very smart boy with something like a university degree in truth. Instead of building communism, he now builds a precise model of this grotesque, duplicitous world.
Left-wing dialogue options give bonus XP. Fuck yeah.
You're back. More lessons in basic reality?
Good idea. Just ask him.
Fine.
See? What can he do?
Are you sure you're sure? Okay. The Pale is the most dominant geological feature of the world, Detective. The separative tissue between the islas. It is the inter-islary mass.
Huh.
Achromatic, odorless, featureless. The Pale is the enemy of matter and life. It is not like any other, or anything in the world. It is the transition state of being into nothingness. No, Detective. We're safe. It begins there, 6,000 kilometers to the north, and even more to the south.
As your gaze instinctively turns north, a small black pit opens up in your stomach.
Huh.
Yes. That is enough. An uproar of matter, darling. Rising into the Pale. Rolling. Evaporating even. A great vision. Imagine a grey coronal mist. Cold vapor, marked by spores of an opportunistic microorganism. The most disco thing you will ever see. It's difficult to describe. The further into Pale you travel, the steeper the degree of suspension. Right? Oh, it is so difficult for us.
A squall of birds. Hardware operating in the harbor.
It is possible to force dimensions on the Pale. In modern times, we can even compress its latitude, bouncing radio waves from one end to the other. But it is still hard for humans to navigate the Pale without getting lost. Or have extensively. Some say the damage stems from extreme sensory deprivation. They call it the blend over of the self. The Pale does not only suspend the laws of physics, but also the laws of psychology. Maybe history even. It feels terrible. Absolutely terrible.
It's more for her. Way more.
No, Lieutenant Dubois. I'm entreprenetic business class. I'm cleared and trained for 22 days of Pale transit annually.
Someone else you've met may have been exposed as well. The strange grey-haired woman in her lorry.
Yes. Carried in the hulls of airships. It's a horrific job. Automation will abolish it soon.
You should ask the Pale driver about this. That poor woman must have stories to tell, like you wouldn't imagine.
Up to my gills of...
An acidic smile on her lips. It's getting worse every year.
Entreprenetics is the scientific study of the Pale, or a recent iteration of it by way of grad. The study of the Pale reaches back 6,000 years. The Pericarnassians called it the Western Plains.
So, you're telling me that this world exists, and there's like this shit on the edges of the world where it just melts away into radiation between various different islands and the random parts of the... Holy fucking shit, dude. I want to know more about this universe. I want to be in this universe. Not really, but I want to know more.
There are signs of pre-modern crossings. Successful navigation of the Pale relies not just on technical know-how, but intensive psychological preparation. Some of these tactics have been nothing. We remain powerless before the Pale. Hybrid airships, Detective. Conventional rotors or jet engines no longer add velocity after the point of reference for motion is suspended. In essence, we throw them in and they come out the other end. Then they don't.
Gone, like a skipping stone beneath the surface.
The Pale outweighs reality 2 to 1. There is more Pale than there is matter. What do you think, Detective? Oh no, Detective. It's not. An intuitive conclusion of that development is that one day the Pale will cover everything. But this sort of talk is mostly left to extremists. Most people, and indeed most private and government sector organizations, entire civilizations and religions, I suggest you do this.
Off we go. You see the hanged man's mouth open.
One and all. They say Pale is death.
Why should we just leave, and the world get left behind?
Yes, sweet reality. Is this the first time you're hearing this? Do you really not remember anything? Then tell me, what do you think of the Pale?
That we continue to persist all in testament. That we continue to persist at all is a testament to our faith in one another.
Mm-hmm.
Your ailing constitution, sweaty forehead.
You really didn't know. This does not spell good for the investigation, Detective. If you don't know even this, then...
I'll handle it. It's under control.
I hope so. I truly do. If I may...
Some of that assurance is meant for herself, as much as it's meant for you.
You have me. I will assist you in any way I can.
Good. You have not passed out from it. Perhaps I worried for nothing. Are we still on the reality lowdown, or should we do actual police work now?
Good luck, detectives.
Beautiful.
Wow! You've just subscribed!
Less than 3.
It was the notification sounds were much quieter yesterday, but thank you for subscribing. 3 months. It's nice. So we are knocking things out here. Beautiful. Don't want to bother with the communism thing. I feel like I should focus on the police case that I'm here to investigate. I might have to look up where the bullet traces are, because I'm not finding them. I don't want to spoil too much of, like, major quest lines unless I'm completely stuck. But now that I have a reality lowdown, I feel like I can talk to Soon in the church. Figure out what's going on. Let me save.
Yes, what is it?
I have clothes for logic. I have to head out now, work in the morning. Thanks for the stream. Glad I stuck around for the dancing. Good luck with the rest. Thank you for dropping by. I should have logic clothes. That's logic. And this is what you do, right? Before you talk to somebody, you put on large amounts of clothes that make you feel smart. You undress right in front of them. It's how you get stuff done. This is the most logical man you've ever seen.
Yes, what is it?
All you hear is silence in your
72% and it still fails. Unacceptable. Unacceptable.
Yes, what is it?
You don't have to. You already have. A long time ago. These thoughts formed in you somewhere. Innately drinking coffee and smoking. And a woman, she was there too. Her hair smelled of shampoo as she was smoking.
Huh.
What? But Pale isn't here. We're thousands of kilometers from the edge.
She looks up into the darkness under the nave, then back at you.
Then what is that?
It's nothing. No, it's less than nothing.
The final rest state for reality.
Then the Pale is... But the gradient, it clearly hasn't started yet. We're here and the Pale is not. I understand. A theory of the Pale where instead of an outer ocean, it metastasizes. Like a cancer or a mold. Erupting in points. According to this, how long?
Huh. Until it starts swallowing?
And information. Causing data losses in the East Insulindian front. Have you considered why it's formed in a church? And also when or how it might start growing or...
An intellectual hunger fills her now.
I also have a question, since we are piling them on. How do you know this? I'm not doubting you. I'm simply curious as to how a detective of the RCM
knows how to think this.
You think the presence of that puncture has somehow influenced the outcome?
She already made up her mind when she heard it. Some kind of great and uncaring force had to play a part. It wasn't only them.
I told the producers we need to go and move to a normal office building with amenities. But no, the artists like the milieu, the writers like the history. I told them. You mean Plaisance and the Dice Maker? There was almost no one left when we packed up.
I don't think Plaisance would survive this knowledge.
Then go tell her. Of course! A pinewood sarcophagus. Or a containment facility of some kind. I have considered the same. The bad news is, there were 7 pinewood churches. Most of them were burnt down during the revolution.
Some of them might. A black grain hanging in the air.
An amateur anthropomedic police officer. I'd like to say I've heard stranger things, but I'm not sure. This is a hell of a guess, however. Well worded, I might add.
Yes, it is very interesting.
She falls silent. The wind blows in through the hole.
I'm going to leave that out. But the rest, some of this I can use to start to explain.
Man, you will certainly so mad.
One more thing. Maybe a club for anodic music isn't the worst thing you can erect around this particular point in space.
Perhaps not.
Yeah! Once the light is on in the universe, it will never go out!
I love Egghead. He's the best character.
Thank you, Egghead. Let's leave it at that, shall we? We have an anthropomedic detection to perform in this district.
I was just curious about that one very specific check, and I wanted to knock it out. Okay. Huh. Now I have the bigger pry bar. Could I potentially use that on this door? Just looks like a giant bottle opener.
An old door, worn by elements, guards the depot. The wind has blown a sand dune.
Okay, so interfacing is what I need. Let's put on my interfacing clothes. I think I really only have the gloves. I don't think anything else helps with interfacing. I don't see how a shirt would help me interface with things, but I figured I'd check, you know? No, wait, where's my, there it is. It's an impossible check.
An old door, worn by elements, guards the depot. The wind has blown as you rattle the handle a bit, then push on the door with all your weight. It does not budge. Not only is it locked.
We don't get in there. Frankly, you're just going to have to accept the fact that you can't get in through every single door.
No! We are gonna get through every single door. Damn it, Kim. I thought you were on my side.
No. We've gotten into every door thus far. That's what we do. We open doors. We're cops. That's our perk. Even Everard knew that's a part of our MO.
Relax. No one's hiding in there. If we can't open it, others can't either. And thus they can't get in.
Alright. I am gonna do it, though. Like, out of spite.
An old door, worn by elements. You rattle the handle.
Out of spite. It's 3% chance. Do I have anything else to increase interfacing? Does putting a tool in my hand increase interfacing? I have chain cutters and the pry bar.
An old door, worn by elements. You rattle the...
We're gonna get in this goddamn door. I swear to God. I'm stubborn about this. There's something in there.
Old door, worn by... You
There's something in there, goddamn. What secrets are you hiding from me, game?
An old door, worn by... You rattle the...
No, come on. Come on.
An old door, worn by you rattle the.
Come on. Come on.
An old door, worn by you rattle the.
I rattle the nothing. The door opens. Under threat of getting shot.
An old door, worn by you rattle.
This is gonna happen. It's going to happen.
An old door, worn by you rattle.
We're not moving on the stream until it opens. This is the whole stream.
An old door, worn by you rattle.
This continues on till tomorrow. We're not doing Mario Kart. We're just doing this.
An old door, worn by elements. You rattle the handle a bit.
That one was almost a success. If you're ever curious about how I play video games,
an old door worn by
off
elements
stream
guards the depot. The wind has blown. You rattle the handle.
This is exactly what I do off stream. This is it.
An old door worn by you rattle.
Most games are a bit more generous with their success rate than this one.
An old door worn by you rattle.
Even if it's this, I understand, right? It's an impossible check. But nothing's impossible.
An old door worn by elements. You rattle the handle a bit.
That one was just a bad roll.
An old door worn by elements. You
New theory. If I level interfacing, let's just see what happens. I didn't save.
An old door worn by elements. You rattle the.
Okay. Why do I get the feeling that even if this was a success, it would still tell me that, like, the door... Like, I'll open the door and it'll be like, there's nothing inside or something. The last time I tried to succeed at this, it broke my pry bar. Come on.
An old door worn by you rattle.
Come on, come on, come on. Come on.
An old door worn by elements. You rattle.
3% chance. If we do this 100 times, it'll happen at least 3 of those times.
An old door worn by you rattle.
We just have to do this 100 times.
An old door worn by you rattle.
We just have to do this 100 times.
An old door worn by elements. Guard you rattle.
I'm gonna shit.
An old door worn you rattle.
No, Dark Souls the hardest game. No, it's this. It's this sequence right now.
An old door worn by elements. You rattle the.
Odds of rolling 2 6s. Probabilities and dice. $36 possible outcomes. So it is like a 1 in 36.
An old door worn by you rattle.
I don't know what dice rolling system they use. It more than likely is weighted based on stats.
An old door worn by you rattle the hand.
Interfacing is one of my highest stats.
rattle the handle a bit.
2 5s. I'll turn the dialogue back up once it stops being this part.
An old door, worn by you rattle. An old door, worn by you rattle.
Okay. I should also double check all my quests just to make sure that I'm done everything before I move too far forward in the story.
You rattle the handle.
I'll do that after I open this door.
Because
let me tell you,
you rattle the handle a bit.
this door is opening. This door's opening. I promise you that.
An old door, worn by you rattle the handle a bit.
We're going to give this a couple more tries and then move on, but...
An old door, worn by you rattle the...
Okay. 2 more tries, then we're going to move on.
An old door, worn by you rattle the...
1 more try, then we move on, okay?
An old door, worn by elements. You rattle the handle a bit, then push. Yes, better that way. You can't even fathom the... An old door.
No, I have to know. I have to know. I have to know! I have to know.
An old door, worn by you rattle the handle a bit, then...
There's something in here. Something valuable.
An old door, worn by you rattle the handle a bit.
I have nothing negative to interfacing.
An old door, worn you rattle the handle.
It's +7.
An old door, worn by elements. You rattle the handle a bit, then push on the door with all your weight. It does not budge. Not only is it locked, it's also jammed.
Okay, I just have to beat a 20.
An old door, worn. You rattle the handle.
Okay. Actual question. Can I beat a 20? Because I have +6. Or I have interfacing 2. Yeah, total is 6. So if I get another 6, that's 12. I'd need an 8. So the only way to succeed is to get 2 6s.
An old door, worn by you rattle the handle a bit.
The odds are in my favor. They have to be.
Old door, worn by you rattle the handle.
They have to be in my favor. There is going to be a success here. Why am I being this stubborn about a door?
Old door, worn by elements. You rattle the handle a bit.
Why am I being so stubborn about this door? I have to be. Alright, 1 more. 1 more, then we're done.
An old door, worn by you rattle the handle a bit.
1 more. Just 1 more.
An old door, worn. You rattle the...
Oh, no, that was close. That was close. Just 1 more.
An old door, worn by you rattle the handle a bit.
Okay, that was a bad roll, but we got this. Is 1 more. Just 1 more. Just 1 more. Just Just one more.
You rattle the handle a bit.
Okay, no. Come on. Where do those 6s go? Where did those 6s go? I had so many 6s.
An old door. Worn by. You rattle the handle a bit.
There's a 6 and a 4. Where's my 2 6s? Okay? Where's my 2 6s? Give me 2 6s, baby.
Worn by. You rattle the handle.
Give me 2 6s. This is the last one for real. For real this time.
An old door. Worn by. You rattle the handle a bit.
There's only so much I can handle of this bit. So yeah, I'm done. We're just gonna walk away. Let's check my list here. Huh. Right. That's got to be the way to get to the island, though, I assume. We've already searched around here. I guess I just need to pay attention to the little circles around my head. Ooh, the audio's getting a little crispy. Let's turn the voiceover back up. Huh. Well.
Hello again. No, I'm afraid I can't help you with this.
So you haven't seen...
No, I'm sorry. As I said, this...
There's something friendly and familiar in how he says that. A day off.
Huh. See, like, there's this side of the boardwalk. Now, I imagine I can access it through the building, maybe. I've also... Okay. I can't do any more Union stuff if I finish this quest. I finished the cryptozoology stuff. I guess what that's telling me is that, like, this part of the map will be cut off or something, or it'll change. I need to double check with Everard that I've done everything before I move on. Because I kind of asked him to talk to Titus, and I haven't really spoken to him since. I also know that he's directly implicit. It's also interesting to think that if they have a watch point somewhere in the city with the mercenaries, maybe they have a place they know about that they've scouted that they were able to take the shot from. Maybe another member of the mercenary group killed them. Who's to say? Hey, what? We'll check that out in a minute. He doesn't have anything else to say, does he?
Oh, hey, mister. I knew you'd be back to talk with old Leo here. Yes, I did. Yes, I... No trouble at all, mister. No trouble at all.
No, yeah, no, I exhausted his dialogue.
Mr. Dubois, the word in Martinez is a certain police officer is once again... I prefer my police officers old-fashioned like that, with a gun. You can do so many things with a gun that you can't do without one. Now, Harry, honestly, I'm just relieved you didn't get a hernia. A man your age...
The big man peers at you over the rims of his glasses for a...
Anyway, I assure you, I am a very well-informed man. My. She's quite the looker, Harry. Tell me, was it difficult to convince the pigs to give it up? I knew you could handle it. I know my special policeman. Anyway, I'm glad you're all right and armed again, Harry. Ah, yes, your side investigation. Thank you. You've got some spirit clearing up phony drug accusations alongside this murder. I'll talk to the mayor and see if I can get you the key to the city, Harry. Now,
Not even a speck of anger in his voice. That's that then.
Alright, yeah, I've done all his dialogue, I'm pretty sure.
Great! You want to bounce something off your old friend Mr. Clare, right? Well, let's hear it, Harry. Vanished? Harry, the woman left her casserole in the oven and couldn't make it here in time for the voting.
Let me make sure. Yeah. Not that loud. That loud's good.
Oh, did I leave my casserole on? Better go home and check. The election can wait.
Wait, there was no mention of a casserole from Joyce.
Harry, Harry, Harry. Do not fixate on this little matter. Maybe it...
If it's spilled blood you're looking for, then there certainly isn't any in his expression or demeanor now.
I'm just a nice guy, Harry. I wouldn't be where I am now if I wasn't nice. Politics is all about emotions, and I want you to have positive...
Okay then, positive emotions it is. You like positive emotions.
Electrochemistry, you're the least helpful mental capacity I have.
It's perfectly okay. Even if you've told her everything we've talked about. Absolutely, Harry.
Cool, so I've exhausted all of his dialogue. So now let's go tell Joyce. Then we conclude the major points of discussion. Because there was a bit... Or no, there's also the reality stuff, but... I don't know. Oh, there's the controls. I never messed with this.
A rusting marsh. With a loud grind, the crane shifts overhead, moving a massive metal container through the air.
Ooh. I never bothered to do this. So I don't know if there's anything like in this crate.
And with a surprisingly quiet thunk, the harbor sleeps as the strike rages in the distance. The crane can rest again. Moving this container, of course.
I can't see how that was worth the wreckers, except for seeing the crane in action, which I admit was satisfying.
Kim is the best. I love him.
Before you stands a cargo container.
Is this like your thing with that wall again? There are a million containers here. Why are you fixating on this one? You just picked one out because you wanted to interact. We are not here to interact with containers. We are here to talk.
You attempt to turn the handle. To your left, the lieutenant considers your actions with some puzzlement. You're back before no reply. The knock produces a hollow ring of metal. Doesn't sound like there's anything inside the container.
Rhetoric? Okay. All right, rhetoric. That's minus rhetoric. Just the shirt.
You're back before the cargo container. Why are you even trying to open it?
One more time, chat.
You're back before the cargo container. Why?
Why? Now it asks me why.
You're back before the cargo container. Why?
Why? I have to know.
You're back before the cargo container. Why are you even trying to open a door with rhetoric?
Maybe it'll work. Why would you give me the option if it doesn't work?
You're back before the cargo container. Why?
Okay.
You're back before the cargo container. Why?
This one's at least funnier, because, you know, you just hear why on repeat as I attempt to open this door.
You're back before the cargo container. Why?
It can't be that bad. It can't be that bad.
You're back before the cargo container. Why?
It can't be that bad.
You're back before the cargo container. Why are you even trying? You're back before the cargo container. Why? You're back before the cargo container. Why are you even trying to?
We're gonna do one test with... We're gonna level rhetoric once.
You're back before the cargo container. Why are you?
Do I want to stick with that level? I can only level things +2. I am close to another level.
You're back before the cargo container. Why are...
It's not
You're
0.
back before the cargo container. Why are you even...
It's not 0. My chances are higher here than it was at the steel door on the beach, chat.
You're back before the cargo container. Why are you...
We're gonna open this fucking door.
You're back before the cargo container. Why are...
Alright, we're gonna try leveling rhetoric and then opening the door and see what happens. It didn't save. Oh, it did. Okay.
You're back before the cargo container. It's drawn. Why are...
Okay.
You're back before the cargo container. What?
That was just a straight up failure.
You're back before the cargo container.
Shirt.
Its drawer has not left. Why are you...
I got my rhetoric shirt on. It's helping.
You're back before the cargo container. Why are you...
Is there anything in here? Is me doing this worth it?
You're back before the cargo container. Its drawer has not lessened. Why are you even trying to...
Why are you what? Are you satisfied, detective?
You attempt to your left. The lieutenant considers your actions with some puzzlement.
Okay. Also, Baker, nice to see you first time chatter. Welcome to the channel. We play a variety of games. I've just been very much invested in Disco Elysium. We're a couple of days in. I'm just about to explore the electrical building. Like, if you're curious at all to where I am in Disco Elysium, if that's how you found me. We're about to do, like, the next major step in the story, but I'm making sure that I knock everything else out first, because it says, like, business might end when you do. So I'm just making sure that I tie off as many loose ends as possible before I push forward in the story.
You're back before the cargo container. Why?
Is this a loose end? Probably not. It's important to me now, because something's in there, god damn it, and I need it.
You're back before the cargo container. Why?
The game can't keep doing this to me. All right, last one. This is the last one. I'm not going to spend the level.
You're back before the cargo container. Why are you even?
Okay, no, that's it. I'm done. Moving on. I don't want to lock it out because I don't want to bother with the thing again. Let's just move on. let's just go. I don't think it's going to be the thing that magically busts this case wide open. Would you have to respec? I mean, when I started this game, I didn't put a whole lot of points into intellect, so I can only upgrade some stuff +2. So it is my weakest stat. I guess I should talk to Plaisance. And all that stuff about the world. It probably won't let me.
Hello again, esteemed.
It will not. Let's talk to the dice maker. This is probably a long way, but I'm in the building, so I might as well take it. Do I want to lift weights again? Will it let me lift weights again?
The barbell waits patiently on the floor, like...
You're right. The weight may fall off. Better not touch it then. It would be a violation of EPIS safety regulations if the gym was still operating, but it isn't.
Oh yeah, I went in here by myself. Because Kim was off delivering the body. Let's get the flashlight. So I never really bothered with any of that dialogue.
Oh, it's you again. Are you looking for a dye? I thought we agreed that the curse isn't real. I'm listening.
It sounds a bit too preposterous to say out loud.
Excuse me? A 2mm hole in reality?
I'm afraid it is, man. Anna Lukanen killed the former lead programmer of Fortress Accident.
I wasn't
the Discovery.
I wasn't expecting him to agree with me. I didn't think he would like side with me.
In this? So it's even worse than I thought.
She looks outside the window where daylight has filled the yard.
You mean considering the fact that the world is collapsing on my porch? In any case, thank you for stopping by. It's good to have an answer, even if I can't claim to understand it fully.
Well, that's a task done. Determining where the shot came from is just something I can't do right now, so I'm just not gonna. So we're gonna do a save, and then go look for Ruby. Yeah, 2 skill points to spend. If anything happens, I'll know. Most of, like, the minor cases I've pretty much tidied up. Oh, wait. There's, like, a thing above the dude's door. I should check what's going on with that. Kuno's still here. Oh, wait, no, it's in the apartment backyards, that's right. Kuno's still upset I stole his drugs. Well, just let me go in.
The door is closed again. You hear someone inside.
I did all the stuff there, so I have the armor chest piece and all that stuff. So let's just move on. Speaking of, I should re-equip that, just in case I get shot. It's fortunate that I'm the same build as the guy who wore it. Also sure these guys don't mind me shining a flashlight around the street. Just simply because I forgot to unequip it. But the information we've gathered on Ruby is interesting. She not only has connections to, like, running raw ingredients for drugs to and from places in thing, but Okay, but what reality lowdown did I not get? I'm pretty sure I went through all the reality.
Good. More lessons in basic reality?
Yeah, like I did all
My
this.
favorite part. We're in Martinez. A casual term. Martinez. You would be excused for not. I'm not a good. This place used to be a It's not. Yes.
Vast.
Caillou.
It is clear this pebble is of enormous value.
I would be happy to. Unimportant. As I said, those would be.
She's not gloating.
Oh, and the anarchists too. Did they ever? Before they got shot themselves, they shot.
Yeah, it was a kerfuffle, all right.
Yes. Lots of people. The real king abdicated and lived out a long and productive life as a venture capitalist in Grad. About head shooting, the turn of the revolution began in '02. It wasn't a who, but a what. It made people overthrow their governments. Of course not. From Revachol and why?
Something tells you her life and yours are not that similar.
Modernity. They developed the marvels of the inter-eastlery communication.
51 minus 8 equals 43.
Time flies.
Huh.
The 20s saw a decade of urban war, west of the river leveled, offshore platforms in flames. Still, it's regarded as an improvement on what came before. The 30s? Things settled down in the... Yes. And quantitative easing. Welcome to reality, baby.
From the looks of it, the 50s haven't been much better for the zone of control.
I've no right to be dissatisfied. We could have had so much more. Every one of us. Good question.
No, her first.
And I asked you.
Huh.
Past less detective of the Citizens Militia. What insight has acute encephalopathy given to you?
I don't know what I would have done
And
differently.
you would have died, most likely.
The cold runs down your spine. She gestures toward the waters.
I would have fought with the communards.
The wind stops. There is sight. A dog barks.
Then you would have died fighting against them. Long before the beachhead. Our time is a shadow cast by that day. They are what they are, anyway.
Now's your chance. Ask her who she is. She won't maneuver her way out of this one.
I am the vilest of the vile. I am an ultra.
She raises the corner of her mouth, smirking, revealing a canine.
Dios mio, a liberal!
Yes. I am the nether creature of the forbidden swamp. I pushed the king under a shit wagon. And perhaps you thought we'd gone extinct. After all, no sane person identifies as an ultra anymore. Not in broad daylight.
In her green eyes, you see a mixture of truth and forgive her, but only because you like pearlescent teeth and those light green eyes.
I do hope so. I hope we are able to remain collegial despite... When the dust settled, the Liberals were the only ones left to clean up the mess. By virtue of their survival, they were handed enormous power to shape the future. With due respect to our overlords, the eternal caretaker government that keeps Martinez...
While a gentle wind sweeps the streets in the rebuilt East.
I would not have relinquished sovereignty to the Coalition. Not here in Martinez, and not in the Stella Maris or...
She realizes her small, cold fists...
Then for my daughters, we had an obligation to defend our sovereignty. We should have burned the whole Isla down rather than let them have it.
Dark orange flames reflect in her green eyes.
Yes. Whatever else I am, I'm also a mother and a wife. Glad to have been of assistance. The little that I know. Oh. A takeover.
He's told me so in his own words. He's taking it. He'll also use the drug trade to finance the harbor.
If they're taking it,
Green livery changing into red.
then we're talking about a war. Everett needs to let me into the harbor at once. We need to talk about this. No. That's naive of me. He sent you, and if he does not avert his course, it will be a war negotiation, detectives.
Huh.
They most certainly are not.
Ugh.
Crenell has 1,000 men on their payroll. The next batch will be a platoon of...
I've seen the Union's forces. They are better organized than these mercenaries. They also have the support of the people of Revachol West. It will take more than Crenell to wipe them out. Wild Pines will need to send more and better equipped men. I am sure you have the money. The question is, how many years and how many lives are you willing to sacrifice?
Ooh.
What do you suggest I do?
I wish there was a disco option.
I'm afraid we won't disco our way out of this one.
She says with considerable regret. Big fucking mood. Cut off the snake's head. Never hurts pushing all this.
Like the previous leaders of the Union were assassinated. I suspect by Evrard and Ed. I admit there's some poetry in the idea, and like poetry, it's also useless. There would still be Edgar. They factored it in. The Union is them. What will I do?
Her arms fall to her sides.
Did I ever tell you how they discovered this Isola? During our reality lowdown. It may be the only break we've ever caught as a species. The nations who colonized this Isola called theirs Muindi, the world. It was all they knew, all they thought would be. That there would be something more was a gamble, akin to another world, or life after death. The Pale was thought to be impregnable, perpetual. Irene la Navigateur, the Queen of Suren, sent 8 expeditions, one after the other, into the mass at the edge of the world. 5 of the crews did not return. 2 did. It was anything but normal. There was no precedent. People thought she was punishing the admirals, until after years of trial and error, and the development of a strict psychological regime imitating. The 8th expedition returned sane and intact. They told of a new continent of matter. They told the Queen and her counselor, Dolores Day, that the Pale had begun to condense, day after day, hour after hour, slowly raining down until it formed a vast ocean.
The air is cold and scented with petrichor. There are rain circles on water all around. Humidity crawls up your back like a piano trill. So does the lieutenant. His mouth is slightly open as he looks to the sky. The droplets feel warm, like spring rain.
The phenomenon has never again been encountered. For a time, the crew thought they were experiencing a hallucination. The mass hand proclaimed, "Lanciolinde, Lanciolinde," but they could not. They were sane and conscious, as islands began to appear on the horizon. There are 78,000 uninhabited islands in the Insulindian archipelago, officer. The freckled face of God. Après la vie, la mort. Après la mort, la vie encore. Après le monde, le gris. Après le gris, le monde encore.
After life, death. After death, life again. After the Isola, the Pale. After the Pale, Isola again.
Interesting.
On the second day, a great skua was shot down above the flagship Lysergique. The bird was preserved and brought back, along with pollen. 4 years later, the Queen's Counselor was proclaimed Her Innocence Dolores Day, the elected world spirit. The age of humanism, internationalism, and parliamentary rule followed. We were high. It is.
The gangs will run wild, jaking motor carriages, ferrying amphetamines through Coal City. Spring is tough in Revachol.
The first living autonomous organism. Proof of reality. It's the symbol of Insulinde, detective. The coat of arms of the suzerain and the wings on the crest of the commune. In your defense, it is a nasty creature who plucks food from the throats of lesser birds. Yet much like Revachol, it is also magnificent and rare. Imagine the suzerain of seagulls on Caillou. The Pebble, the largest of the fertile, uninhabited islands of the northeast Insulindian archipelago. 4 centuries and 2 revolutions later, the nations of Mundi proceeded to discover 5 more Isolae, but these others weren't uninhabited. We had to kill people there, wipe out indigenous populations, gunboat economies.
Yikes.
Or they came to do the same for us, or had done to each other. There was no one but the Skua, the Liliat Sea, and the Blood Beach, and the River Esperance. It was the new world. The Mondials used it to amass the greatest concentration of wealth mankind has ever seen. Revolution, poverty, and the mercurial rise of capitalism. I will surrender Terminal B to the Union.
She puts her hand in the rain.
We will see.
Ma'am, this may well unravel property law this side of the river. If that occurs, we may never see the end of this kind of confrontation. The next time there will be 2 strikes, then 4, then 100.
What happens will happen. The age of capital has only begun. I will talk to my employers in person. We will amputate and cauterize Martinez, if you handle the situation on the ground.
There are no employers. She's a member of the board. Probably a partner.
Huh.
You are the citizens' militia. There are no superiors.
That's right, Detective. And next time, you should confer with them before you go setting events in motion.
Despite his words, he's not really sure whether to be annoyed with you or not. Events are already in motion. Whether your actions accelerated or momentarily retarded their progress, even the lieutenant cannot really say.
Even after all this time, I still don't really understand who you are or what your angle is.
I have not deceived you. I told you exactly who I was. Rejoice Layton.
Going now?
Yes, Mr. Clare has a 2-month head start. I can't let it grow any bigger. Keep the peace, and I will keep my end of the bargain.
How far along is Cronell's investigation?
A confrontation is imminent. They have followed in your footsteps. As your investigation reaches a climax, so does theirs. They are your shadow. Arm you, protect their targets. Violence may be unavoidable, but we can limit the casualties.
When will they make their move? Where?
Soon. I do not know precisely. They have cut off all communication, you see. One last thing, Lieutenant Dubois. I've given the matter much thought and come to this conclusion. You're not an amnesiac. You're insane. I know, because I, too, am insane. I just hide my illness better. And I'm rich. I'm overexposed, baby. My travels take me through the Pale dozens of times a year. I've got the longing, and I've got it bad.
She would die to return to it. The Pale, the past, anything one can return to.
No, Detective. No one's as insane as you.
Don't worry, madame. I am very sane.
The same strict psychological regimen the 8th Admiral developed when he crossed the Pale and discovered this Isola, the Volta do Mar. It's used by inter-Islary travelers and other troubled souls.
You could use a little of it yourself.
Watch out for yourselves. They will strike soon.
The lieutenant watches her boat grow smaller, with worry in his eyes. He does not know if it was the right thing to do. You wonder what Everard has to say about this. Slowly, the sails turn grey-blue as more oxygen gets...
Interesting. I don't need Hobo Cop. I mean, it's raised my shivers cap. Because otherwise it's... Maybe I do need Hobo Cop. All psyche learning caps raised by 1. It increases. Find better loot and locked containers. Better hand-eye coordination against people wearing armor, which sounds like I'm going to need. Why don't I go ahead and give... forget my age. No, it increased my logic. This is giving me a negative to physical instrument. Let's... Okay, how many skill points do I have? I have 3. Let's unlock a thought. And let's put something in it. Let's finally focus on Jamais Vu, which I probably should have done earlier. So I got a reality lowdown. I learned about the Pale. I'm gonna unequip my flashlight now. It's getting a little silly. And that. I just want to walk around. Let's check in with Everard super, super quick. Then we go track down Ruby. Because I think everything else we've done up to this point is settled. Big stretch. Hey, I'm going to pass by the crate one more time. Wouldn't it be funny if I gave it just one more shot?
You're back before the cargo container. Why are you?
Okay, no, we're moving on. Let's just talk to Everard and settle this.
So, the ship has sailed. Did you see it? I know you did. Tell.
There's a mean little light.
Did it look like a germ?
His tone is totally different now. You get a sinking feeling.
Don't worry, Harry. He does. At least I think he does.
You wanted us to relay all this information to her.
That this is a takeover? That I want a war? God, I hope you also told her about the drug trade. They absolutely hate getting their hands dirty with that. You can kill 1 million people, but if you do something the police doesn't like, well, then you're out of the yacht club. Goodbye, you inhuman fuck. Harry, I bugged her cabin. I bugged her whole boat. I had cameras surveying her boat. Hell, I even wanted to bug that thermal cap, but my boys advised against it.
They must have done it while Joyce was busy questioning the locals.
Not me personally. I had guys recording and processing this information for me. Hell no! They fuck it up. They can't do anything right.
Where are these boys?
They sure as hell aren't hanging out in the open with beers in their hands for the cops to question. They're pros, Mr. Kitsuragi. No, no, Harry. What we have is real. We're working men. This here is real. Harry. I can't see into the future. We are all playing by ear on this planet. I had no idea she'd react so strongly. I did. I knew the negotiations would go better with police officers telling her horror stories from inside the harbour. It's scarier this way. Turns out it was a magnificent strategy. I never thought it'd so fundamentally fuck her up. Harry, you made a conscious decision to relay that information to her. You could have kept it for yourself. She's not insane. What did she tell you? No, she's not. She's a sentimental alcoholic. They all are. Never take a drop and you'll be 8 laps ahead of those upper-class winos. Just like old Mr. Clare here. Try it. You'll be a real super detective. Don't just say it, Harry. Do it. We gotta be more disciplined than they are, or we'll lose.
So what's gonna happen now?
What was always going to happen? We take the harbour and she fucks off to Ozon, uncorks a bottle of wine, calls her partners, and says they need to distance themselves from this nasty business before the big shit spinner. Only difference is the Union doesn't have to lose 2,000 men to machine gun fire.
Look, I just want to do police work.
Yes, of course, Harry. That's why you went to her and you knew something. Something big. And you wanted to see what happens when you tell someone. So you told her. Anyone who's ever been close to power will tell you, it's better than money, it's better than pussy. Money only makes you special for some salesmen. Pussy only makes you special for yourself. Information makes you special for all mankind. It's the ticket to history. Right on, Harry. What you did was participate in history. When history calls, you have to pick up.
You know what, detective? I am going to leave this out of my report, and I suggest you leave it out of yours too.
Just look at the 3 of us. The 3 careless boyaderos. Good times, good times. Okay. Now, there's a whole lot of work to do. For me and for you. I suppose there was a reason you came here, so let's get to it. My dear Harry, there are literally millions of containers in this. Harry, you smooth-talking son of a bitch. Time is a precious resource, and I don't have enough of it to...
Smooth talking. Maybe that's the way to go about opening the container. You should at least try convincing it.
Okay, so all dialogue is exhausted. And we're gonna see what happens. It sounds like it's exactly what he wanted to happen. My attitude towards this whole thing is just like, yeah, I'm a gay communist, but also I want to just do my job and go home.
You're back before the cargo container. Its draw has not lessened since you went. Why?
Rhetoric? Why are you like this?
You're back before the cargo container. It's why...
Listen, they've teased it out of me. I need to know. I need to know.
You're back before the cargo. Why are you even trying to open a door?
They can't do this to me. Okay?
before the cargo container. It's why.
Fine, I'll come back to it later. We have a murder to deal with. All right. So. It's time for us to push forward with the story. Done all we can, all we must. I'm pretty sure I've searched everything here. But I could be wrong. I thought I would have been able to check the bullet prints up here, but no. And we've already picked this place clean. We found the little secret hidey hole. There's some footprints that go that way.
Suddenly, your entire body is paralyzed. Aggressive white noise fills your skull. A strange pain, like you've never felt before. It's like 1,000 radio stations are being blasted into your head all at once. But her words are the...
I know you're feeling pretty uncomfortable right now. Don't move too much or fight it. That'll just make it worse. Can't say it's a pleasure, officer. I was really hoping not to make your acquaintance. But here we are.
The voice coming through the whirlwind of pain is not malicious, doesn't wish to hurt you, not according to your ear canals. Wait, no, not even your ear canals. This is going directly into your neural pathways. That's an awful decision. Why would you not want to shield yourself from it? It's an entirely new type of experience. Way worse than all the... Don't focus on the pain. Focus on doing your job. Tell her she's under arrest.
I'm using a pale latitude compressor. You and your partner have been caught in its field.
The explosion of static you're hearing, blasted from that pale emitter that Angus mentioned.
That boy's really gotta learn to keep his trap shut. And it's not a bloody pale emitter.
You should probably check on Kim. That's what good partners do.
Right behind you, officer.
Oh.
The torment Lieutenant Kitsuragi is experiencing is worse than your own.
A pale latitude compressor is used to sort of make the pale more manageable. With a lot of these, you can force a radio signal grid on the pale. Literally crunch the distance across it. Signals are relayed across a series of repeater stations fixed to buoys. Not a fun job manning those stations. All alone out there in the pale.
So, what we are experiencing is a concentration of radio waves.
Precisely. This is an industrial strength paraboloid. It's meant for forcing dimensions on something that doesn't have them. Needless to say, the frequencies used are, at the upper limit is the large prime number generator station. It's used specifically for pale latitude compression. That's why you may be hearing some numbers. But you might also...
She's been holed up in here for a while with no one to talk to. Keep her talking, and you just might get an opportunity to break you loose.
Yeah, I stuck my head in there before using it on you. It seemed like the ethical thing to do. Can't say that I enjoyed it. The field was weaker, but I can imagine what you're going through. I built it myself.
And she's proud of it too, as she ought to be.
That's illegal. I'm guessing it's patented. But we are beyond that, aren't we?
Oh yeah. Way beyond. No. Once I shut down the compressor, the pain will end. It may take a few minutes for you to steady yourself. Yeah, let's not talk about that shit. You were hunting me and fell into my trap instead. That's all there is to say about it. If you've got something really important to say...
Then this...
God damn it. Fine. If you really want to talk, I can dial it down. I've also got a gun, by the way.
The gun she's carrying is a 2-barreled front loader. Well, it doesn't feel much better, but you can form sentences now. Just keep her talking, and you'll get through this.
I heard you in the passages, and I've been preparing for quite a while. So you found my shack, huh?
Her tone is bitter. She thinks she's been betrayed.
So nice. That's one knife I didn't want to find in my back. Not anymore, no. This could have turned out pretty bad for me if you hadn't walked right into 25 bands of ultra-high frequencies. No, I didn't do it. I only helped stage the lynching, though I doubt that makes much of a difference. Who ratted me out, by the way? Was it Titus? No, he wouldn't have broken first. Oh, well, I guess I always knew she was a survivor above all else. But she couldn't have known I was on the coast. How did you find me? Oh, fuck. Took some convincing my ass. Those guys liked me, I know it. This is what happens to people whom people like.
A dull despair.
How the fuck do the rest of you get by?
You who called me to the human can opener?
I did, didn't I? Now you've come for me.
That did make her forgive them. A little.
Like what? I already told you I didn't do it. Man, I was with the boys the whole night. I hope they at least bothered to impress that upon you. You mean the length of a toilet break?
No one takes a 15-minute leak.
Look, fuck you, man. I might also have stopped by the bar. I considered her a good friend, yeah. Oh, so that's where you were going with this. That's a very sentimental way of putting it. We both had pasts we didn't want to catch up with us, and we enjoyed listening to music together.
The lieutenant watches her expectantly.
Okay, fine. I was into her. Clausy was into me too for a time, I know it. We even fooled around once. And yeah, after that I thought maybe we could make a go of it. She rejected me with some wishy-washy bullshit about how she was confused because she felt so close to me and valued my friendship so much. I knew that wasn't the whole story, but thought fine.
No ill will there. It wasn't a problem for her.
Yeah, the girl seemed terrified. The merc was beyond caring what happened to his mortal coil. It was a no-brainer. Yeah, one time when we'd both been drinking, I said some heated things about... I was a little worried she'd blow it out of proportion in her head. All the drugs she was doing can make you feel like you're living in a DeLorean tragedy. Go ahead.
And mine too, he thinks. But keep on. This must be done.
I didn't like him. Hardened mercenaries aren't particularly likable types. Yeah, sure. And I didn't like Wild Pines sending in those foreign hirelings. Me and a fuck ton of...
She didn't hate it, okay?
I'm listening. And? A knocked-away 80 front-loader. Two-barreled.
That isn't it.
That merc was probably shot from a distance with a military-grade rifle. Otherwise, everyone at the whirling would have heard the shot downstairs.
The gun store. Trigger-happy Jacks. What did you think? That I'm going to squeal on my gun supplier? Yeah, evidence. Who doesn't? Oh, you probably mean Clausia's rooftop. Sure, I've hung out there. She's got this... It's very powerful. I used it to tune into RCM frequencies. The view's pretty bomb, too. But you... Yes, I'm sure. And anyway, so... Heart of Gold Tommy fucked me over.
That really comes as a blow to her.
Okay, great. You got into my lorry on your own. What now? You're going...
Beneath it, she's relieved Tommy didn't betray her.
Man, it's to get away from all that murderous shit that I left Jamrock. My previous... I got lucky being a dispatcher. Never had to do any of the really dirty work myself. This gun has only been used for self-defense against serious scum.
There. It's going to be easier to reach the machine now.
Based on what I've heard about you, you are serious scum. Yeah? Where?
More questions before doing anything.
How should I know?
Okay.
As I keep saying, he already had a bullet in his head when I got to him. And there had...
Those rings around her eyes. Her tired voice.
Police radio? You've been...
Who hasn't? You know, I can still see him there. He was still warm. But the bluish light coming through the broken window made him look as though he'd been dead for a good long while.
She eyes you warily.
It's okay. We just want to...
All right, don't kill yourself over it. I was shooting the shit with Hardy and the boys over a few beers. Like all... She sits down with a drink, trying to steady her nerves. So I grab a seat next to her. No, I really didn't. She's not that easy to read. I just assumed she'd done too much blow.
Oh.
It wouldn't be a first for her. But she asked me to come upstairs. The merc she'd been going with was lying on the bedroom floor, dead.
You made it look like he'd been hanged.
What? No. Faking a lynch? Yeah. In cold blood. It really surprised me how quickly she was able to get a hold of herself once we got up there. She asked me to help her drag him into the shower so she could wind the shower head around his neck to fake lividity. Then she dressed him while I went to get the...
Glacia knew exactly what she was doing. You can't remain calm under pressure otherwise.
Yeah. I wasn't sure whether to admire her. As I keep telling you cops, we didn't hear anything downstairs.
But even if this is true, weren't you worried this lynching might lead to...
War? The thought crossed my mind. But the mercenary's death was going to have repercussions either way. Fuck it. I'm not responsible for these people after what they did to me. I saw you roll into town. I wasn't about to stick around for questioning by a goddamn La Puta Madre agent. Yes, you. Everyone says you're his peon, his human can opener.
Through the sudden sharp pain in your head, you hear the loot. Fucking hell. And why me? It's especially bad suddenly. Felt like a vein exploded.
Oh yes, they do. The cops, the criminals. Why do you think I'm holed up in here with a goddamn death ray?
If she knows that about you, she must know your real name too.
Harry Dubois. One corrupt motherfucker with a disco pants and a funny tie.
So she knows your name. That doesn't mean you're on the take. Criminals make up bogeyman stories about cops all the time.
Is that a joke or a threat? I'm guessing both. Yeah, sure.
She doesn't believe you.
I'm sure La Puta Madre himself will explain it all to you soon enough. You've been to my lorry. You think the biggest player in Jamrock appreciates competition? And now I have Harry Can Opener in my lair.
She's not going to change her mind that easily. She still perceives you as a threat.
What bunker? Don't know anything about it. No one's been around since I set up camp. But I'm sure I'm not the first vagabond to...
Okay.
You did it. The compressor lies broken on its side. It's quiet in your head again.
All good, officer. Be careful.
She looks at the machine as...
Oh, fuck it. Problem solving.
Ma'am, put the gun down.
Oh, yes it is.
You should know the words to say. You've been here yourself. So why is it not coming to you? Because you've misread the situation from the beginning. No, wait. Fine. She flashes you an incredulous grin. You watch as her brains trickle out through her neon hair.
Lieutenant Yefreitor Dubois, control your emotions. We did our job. This won't be the worst thing that happens on this case, believe me. You can't let this break you.
There is no coming back from this one. It will stay with you in nightmares.
Fuck.
Get a hold of yourself. He needs your support now, too.
We clean up. It may take days for processing to pick up her body. We need to move it somewhere. That tent there.
The plain red tent stands by dispassionately. You see a rolled-up sleeping bag.
We should put her in the sleeping bag, so the rats don't get to her.
The lieutenant nods.
I don't feel like I would have been able to convince her down.
There she lies, cocooned in the sleeping bag, surrounded by empty cigarette packs, books, magazines. You should look through them. Assorted soft covers, mostly pulp horror. A motor carriage lies buried in the snow on one cover.
See anything?
Rager Monthly, Journal of Material Science. You pocket the worn brown leather journal. She watches by.
We should read this immediately, like right now.
A thick journal. The cover is made of full-grain leather. This was important to her. When it was still hers, the journal falls open. About 2/3 of its ruled pages have been filled. The large cursive of someone who writes perhaps too confidently. Many phrases and even paragraphs have been crossed out. It's a mix of logistical notes, diagrams.
We could learn a lot from this.
Hard to tell exactly. It's mostly noted down.
There could be useful information about local operations in those notes. We have a junior sergeant at my station.
Professionalism is his coping mechanism. Esoteric radio technology. The most recent ones, short, wry observations of people and places. Probably a way to pass the time on the road. Also, what appears to be staff issues. Always tough on the leadership. You smell traces of betrayal.
So the fact that she tells me that I am connected to a gang in Jamrock, that fucks me up.
The first entry is from August 2nd of last year. It reads simply, nothing on March 4th. March 5th, though, well, that's bound to come back and bite me in the ass. You have no idea what she means. These are personal notes. Don't expect to understand. Nothing on March. You have no idea. The first entry, nothing. You have no idea.
Is this going to keep failing?
What she means.
Are the different rolls
These
each
are
time?
Personal notes. Don't expect to understand all of it. That name isn't mentioned. Small wonder. Would you talk about La Puta Madre in your journal? You do see an M, though. La Puta Madre? Great. M's peon is coming to town, no doubt to investigate the lynching. But also, I feel it in my gut to finally put a bullet in my head while I'm napping in my lorry or on a smoke break. Well, then again, isn't that what I've been doing? Things played out just as she had feared. Except you. Maybe it's the old you. No, not even the old you. No you would do that. Been holed up here for 3 days now. I'm used to being alone and all, but I don't know when I'll be able to leave, or if I'll be ratted out. They will rat me out, of course. I've made it a point to believe in the best in people. Did M feel truly betrayed by me? I was feeling threatened. He'd have to know if he threatened people, they'd take measures to protect themselves. Even I know that. Economic measures first of all. Gotta make a living, right? The entry ends abruptly. The most recent entry is from even when I leave here, if I leave here alive. What's my next move? Staging a lynching is a crime, even if I'm not accused of murder on top of that. Forever on the run. Not really my idea of the open road.
I don't think she killed the mercenary. It looks like she might have been...
This whole thing was a detour. Don't get emotional.
By the Hardy Boys? By Classier? By us? No, I don't think you are. Ask someone in your precinct if you want to be sure.
His trust is well placed. You aren't. You can feel it.
Classier was the one who pointed the finger at Ruby. Perhaps she was trying to steer us away from herself, or...
No one had the
maybe
shot.
she had an accomplice. Either way, one thing is for certain. We have business back in the whirling in rags.
But this is my pistol. There's nothing else here, I don't think. God, that was depressing. I wish I could have solved that issue without her killing herself. Feels like that was a rough situation. I'm gonna get blamed for it, aren't I? Close to the end of the night. Sliding out of my chair. God, this game though. Okay, so it isn't as open and shut as it being Ruby.
Stop. Just up ahead. You are prepared. Don't put away your friend. Your weapon. Snowflakes suspect the barrels of your VA's 9mm pistol.
Yes, I hear commotion. Let's go.
Good. Be ready to take damage.
Well, there's the mercenaries.
I've got nothing to say to you. Why are you wasting your time?
The Coppernado is back. What do you want?
Did I break the game? I think I broke the game, guys. I can't pause either. Don't talk to guys before a gunfight starts. Gotcha, gotcha. Alright, well, before we reboot, I will be right back. One moment. Alright, we're just gonna boot everything back up here. There should have been an autosave. If not, I did save a couple of times. We shouldn't have lost too much progress if we save, but we'll see. We will see. I see. Okay.
The plain red you see.
We should put her in.
The lieutenant nods.
So I just have to go through the journal again.
There she magazines. Assorted.
See anything?
Rhaegar month. You pocket. She watches but
We should read this immediately.
a thick journal it's made of. This was important. The journal falls open. The large, perhaps too it's a mix.
We could learn a lot.
Hard to tell.
There could be use.
Professionalism, esoteric radio, short staff issues. The first entry, nothing. You have no idea what she means. These are personal notes. Don't expect to understand all of them. Nothing. You have no idea what she means. That small one. Great. Then again, things played out just as she had. Maybe it's no. Not been holed up. Did the entry ends abruptly. The most, even when I leave it.
I don't think she killed him.
This whole, don't get emotional.
By the Hardy Boys? By Class?
His trust is well placed.
Classier was the one who pointed the finger at Ruby. Perhaps she was trying to steer us away. Either way, one thing is for certain. We have business back in the whirling in rags.
Cool. And I leveled up again anyway. So this point spent in logic is not wasted. Okay, that is our footsteps. I should probably heal before I get into a gunfight. I will say, I've commented a couple of times now that, like, how sad it is that, like, nobody watches the Disco Elysium streams. And it's mostly just because, like, I'm so wrapped up in this game that I'm shocked no one else wants to watch, you know? Definitely going to be a feature in June's edition of the Saltcast, for sure. I have a lot to say about it, and I absolutely think it is a game worth people's time. Let's just gonna save multiple times just to make sure that if I crash again, shit's fine.
Stop. Just you are prepared. Snowflakes
Yes. I hear commotion.
Good. Be ready to take damage.
I'm all out of shits to give, loincloth. Welcome to the fucking reckoning.
Put your damn gun down. People are gonna get hurt. We need to talk this through. All right?
Shut up. You're not gonna talk yourself out of this, loincloth shit fuck.
This is the mercenary at the gates. His chest rises and falls under the surround. There's something very wrong with him.
Shh. This is a misunderstanding. Nothing irreversible has happened yet. You can just return to your unit and...
The Kypt is merciful, willing to spare us if we just forget about our murdered and humiliated commander. I think we should just kill everyone, Courty.
You are all drunk. Come to your senses. You won't gun down 7 people in the middle of the street. This isn't a frontier town or...
Easy, Lizzie. Let me handle it. I know guys like Blaze.
He is facing overwhelmingly superior firepower.
Peaceful.
Oh, I didn't even see this dude. Holy shit.
Nest in your abdominal cavity like a little wild mouse. The masked man's words are barely intelligible.
Fuck, there's a third one. How did we miss something like this?
The lieutenant is genuinely worried for his life. You should consult him before getting in there.
If this turns into a firefight, we should take him out first.
A sound strategy. He's the leader.
My plan is not to get killed, but we have to intervene. The Mercenary Tribunal.
Let's walk away for now.
Get lost, comedian. You cops had your chance. Now it's fucking time for some justice.
I think he's calmed down a bit.
Pig fuck! Ah, yeah! Welcome to the fucking party. You're probably gonna get killed too. I don't give a...
No one is going to kill anyone. Let's just put the guns down and talk like civilized human beings.
With a wordless gurgle, the killer loads his long rifle. The leader gives a small nod to the helmeted man. Suddenly, the grip of your sidearm. No, wait. It's good you have that gun. It really is. Just soften him up first. Even if it comes to a fight, it's always a good idea to drag it out first. I don't know about this getting under his skin. What if he gets under yours? Peace. Always peace. It has worked thus far. Start with the first idea you have, then move down from that. Please.
Rude. Rude is the killer. Rude, the killer. Owen Cloven. He doesn't talk much.
All of you cunts inside out. Rip you open.
The gunner. The raddest. The killer. What do you think he does? Smart loincloth. He...
Easy. Easy now.
You think I care what that company cunt thinks?
Wildpine's is not going to forgive you massacring a bunch of innocent people.
The man stares at you with bloodshot eyes, a bull ready to charge. He's not listening, but looking for an opening.
She's fucking gone. She fucking sailed off. Stay cool! Don't do anything stupid! The company bitch is gone. Laylee's gone. Fuck are we still doing in this shithole?
Guys, I just get in the way.
Hold your ground. Any more of you run, I'll shoot you myself.
They're huddled close in a formation. Still, the rest will stay. Even if it means dying here with him.
Who the fuck is that?
Glacia, the woman upstairs. Where is she?
She left!
Unarmed, hunched, but keeping it together.
She left! Her room's cleaned out! Right before these assholes showed up!
We should have arrested her.
You can feel how upset he is with himself. Just for a second.
Hey, Bushman! Your little cunt isn't gonna help you out of this one!
She's gone. Forget about it now. Concentrate on... For God's sake, tell him the hardest didn't do it. Present a case.
Yeah? Who did that? How fucking convenient. You think I'm fucking stupid, cop? What if how about the kid? Tell me. It's a magic fucking sniper.
Listen, please. This cop and this drumhead court marshal won't decide who...
The Hardy Boys confessed to hanging him, all together. Titus said we took him out back and hanged him. He said it loud, in a public place.
You're lying. DePaul heard it.
You heard wrong. She and these men have been helping us find the shooter.
Fucking liars.
The shot rings in your ears. A low, tinny ring. The young woman stands and looks behind her. The shot has flown over her head.
I missed.
I know what I heard, Corty. They said they killed him. They said he was a good...
That doesn't sound good. You need to change the topic now, or there will be another shot.
Yes. So what? Nah. I'm clear as day. Fucking government-ordained super soldier.
Enough already! What is this? We...
Interrupt me again and I will execute you on the spot, Lance Corporal.
All right, here we go.
'Kay.
This is an illegal tribunal. Krenner would never. You only have time for one argument. Choose wisely.
I am a Cornell major with over 15 years of live combat experience. When my colonel gets hanged by clay monkeys, I lead the platoon on a retaliation strike. Nah, I just have the biggest gun.
Technically, the other man has the biggest gun. But we're beyond that now.
King Reaper. You're right. But you see, I want it to end in bloodshed.
Okay, it's not much. But he's thinking about something else. And his hand is off the gun. This did something.
Okay. I have hand-eye coordination. I have suggestion.
Dangerous.
Whoa.
Ask about him first. You don't want personal facts about his dead friend coming out of your mouth. He has to start it.
Yeah, I don't fucking act so well. Laylee had a hard-on for making faces for you natives. Fucking food aid shit. That shit is done now. Sergeant Major Raoul Cortiner, reporting in to burn this fucking mud hut to the ground.
As he moves, the interlocking pieces of his armor, Corti, Cortiner, Major Raoul Corti,
For killing, maiming, and humiliating our commanding officer. You're all sentenced to death by lead.
You're Lily. Everyone says good things about him. He was a talker.
Baby blue, yeah. Like someone fucked up and put a baby's eyes on a grown man. It was creepy, but bitches like that shit, I guess. Or, I don't know what bitches like. I just know how to mow down cloths. Fuck do you mean?
We've heard testimony. People say he was charismatic.
Yeah, he liked to chat up the natives. Share leaflets. Squeeze a bit of kit tass here and there.
God, these people are racist.
Great fucking idea that turned out to be. If Laylee was here, he would spare the lot of you. Maybe shoot one for show. But me, I'm not a big fan of public affairs, Clay Monkey. I'll gun every one of you down for...
Ready to open fire, Major.
This one isn't used to being suited this long. She's uncomfortable. We'll open fire just to hurry things along.
Colonel did not deserve to go out like that. I promise I will find
Find
his killer.
his killer. Cop, his killer, stands right there, shitting his pants. And I know what this tactic is, Silo Sam. You're gonna die for them. Right here.
This did nothing. You think you were onto something? You just wasted time. Please, act.
Shoot him.
A plume of smoke and fire erupts from the gun, and your hand goes numb from the explosion. There is a hole in his cheek. Blood gushes out as he stumbles backward. To your right, the killer raises his rifle and takes aim at you. His moves are steady, but the long barrel of the rifle sways slowly. from the corner of your eye. He's trying to find a straight line of sight before the rifleman can take you out. In the background, the leader staggers. You stare down the barrel of the gun. You see Rude's mask behind it, his eyes in the slit of the helmet, like a camera lens. Is there anything we could use to protect this Titus behind you? Must be aiming at him right now. Don't forget, there's additional reinforcements. Just survive this.
Oh, I can't. Can I? Fuck it!
You leap
Yeah!
left. A swarm of angry lead passes mere millimeters from your side, tearing fabric off your coat. Feels like the lightest of tucks. The man tilts his head, trying to see through the clearing smoke. Watch out. To your left, DePaul is about to take a shot too.
God, please.
He's aiming for the eye slot in Rude's helmet. 2 shots ring at once. One from the lieutenant's pistol, and the other from DePaul's. It's aimed at the lieutenant. Blood gushes from the helmet's eye sockets as Rude staggers back, disoriented. The sounds coming from his helmet. An unbelievable shot. Glenn, dying in a puddle of blood behind you. His mangled torso has 2 gunshot wounds. Oh God, watch out. You see 2 crazed eyes stare at you through all the smoke and the panic. With blood gushing from his face, the man raises his pistol at you. The look of vengeance, framed in blood, lips shaking. This is the last thing you do on Earth. Here it comes. Death.
I was wearing the armor, though.
You can't. There is no time. Something inside your pelvis explodes. Your entire lower body is on fire, and the pain is too immense to scream. It pushes the air out of your lungs. Everything goes dark. The Hardy Boys are screaming, fighting, dying. Someone jumps over you.
Stop! The cop! Protect the cop! He's down!
Feels slick and warm with blood. The pain is too strong to know what has happened there. Even clutching to your consciousness takes everything you got. Most of what's down there. It's all gone. Open your eyes now. No. It's just a fear. Even if... who cares? No one wants you anyway. Nothing. A persisting darkness. Dancing lights of pain. Distant shadows cast by them.
You're bleeding out. Yes, keep talking. Stay awake. Look at me.
But you can't. It's so hard. Your eyelids grow heavy, and the sounds ever more distant. And the cold comes over you. The lieutenant, too, is somewhere far away. Almost a slender white shadow towering. Someone stands there.
No.
Raising her pistol at him. The lieutenant does not see it. Scream immediately. He's gonna die. No, you say, and hand out your firearm to him. That's all it takes. There is no room for hesitation. The lieutenant moves with the spring unloaded. He grabs the gun from your bloody hand and fires. You hear a faint scream, a woman's. Then the sound disappears, like someone pressed stop on the tape. The woman is gone.
This is death. One more door, baby. One more door.
The fight? There is no fight. The fight is over. It was lost 1,000 years ago. You have laid here forever. He's not taking it. His body is not taking it. Oh God, no. He's not disintegrating. He's swelling up instead and rotting and being disinfected and smelling of drugs and feeling saliva in his mouth.
He can't go. Not before the case is solved. There is a radio in the distance. A radio of the world.
Hours turn to days. Soon we will get up again and go through it again. Finally, we know what the infernal engine was outside. It was him. He is the infernal engine. He never stops. He only gets what?
What? Well, I got shot.
You see the lieutenant's familiar shape in the orange jacket. It turns double, then triple, from the pain. It's nothing. You're alive. That's what matters.
Sunrise, Parabellum.
He's in the middle of a freshly cleaned room with the fan above his head like a halo.
Mr. Gart cleaned it. It took him an entire day. 2 days, in and out. You've been up enough to take Dramamine and curse, and drink water. Sunrise, Parabellum. Sunrise, prepare for war.
Isn't that written on your...
It served you well. The gates of the harbor are boarded up. The streets are a little more empty. Apocalyptic violence is yet to erupt, I am relieved to say. I think we may have held it off, for now. Barely. Yes, we have also completely failed, but that's okay.
I got the achievement World's Most Laughable Centrist. I just said, like, hey, I'm glad the war didn't happen.
What happened? You shot the Major in the face. Yes.
A blood-stained killer.
You're an officer of the RCM. As retaliation, the rifleman tried shooting you. He missed, or you dodged. Then I shot and wounded him, while Glenn took a bullet in the spine. It was meant for me. Glenn did not survive.
This is not the first person to die in his place.
Titus, Fat Angus, and Theo charged. Angus and Theo did not make it. They both died before they made it to intensive care. Titus survives. So do Alain and the musician. I forget his name. Yes, he's still alive too. You were bleeding out. You said something, I don't know what. And you warned me. I was able to disarm Officer DePaul before she got the jump on me.
Thank you.
I killed her. And that's what happened. DePaul was the last to die. Everard had their bodies returned to Connell for a funeral. The company is yet to retaliate. Because we deterred them? Or Joyce did? Maybe the harbor in full lockdown is too costly a target. Or maybe they are simply taking their time and will attack soon. I don't know. 3. Glenn, Theo, Angus. The fat one. He took a lot of bullets. And Theo, he was just too old for combat. All. Oh no, officer. It's pretty bad.
+1. Ruby.
But what's done is done. The violence is cordoned off. The Hornets did not get into the beehive. The worst scenario has not materialized. Yet. And we are still alive. Both of us.
He did not expect you both to survive once you stepped between those two armies. His smoking, his hunched back. You have it worse, but he took a real beating. That cigarette has medicinal purposes.
It's not ouch time yet. You just got the Dramamine pill an hour ago. Wait until it wears off. Reasonably bad. You were shot in the left quadriceps. That's your thigh. The outer side, thankfully, no major arteries were nicked. The bullet was removed and a bacterial infection treated with mercurochrome. We will see.
If it's possible, then by pure willpower alone, you are going to have to become a psycho-locomotor.
No.
A man and a woman sit in the front seat of an armored motor carriage. The woman is driving. The man lights a cigarette. Jean Vicmer is his name. Back to that shithole, he says.
I called your station after the fight. The injury was logged in. They told me they've sent officers to join you on the site. I'm sure they're worried about you. Not very. I have a concussion from that woman beating me with the butt of her gun. Things would be worse if you didn't warn me. Thank you. I did not see her coming. Stupid of me. I did. No need.
Huh.
Easy now.
You can take it. Just don't lean on that leg of yours too heavily.
How are you? Your disco days should have been done quite a while back, Lieutenant Freighter. I honestly don't know. We can't talk to Everard. The harbor is in lockdown. Everyone in there is outside our grasp now. Joyce has left too, thanks to our meddling. I don't know what to think. It might not have been a bad idea. There is a pin somewhere in the machine. Something is keeping Connell from sending in a death squad. Maybe it's her. Maybe she kept her hand. Either way, Ruby's gone, and Classio too. We really should have arrested her, you know? Guard confirmed she left 20 minutes prior to the tribunal showing up. I don't know. I think the theory you presented, it's someone else outside our circle of suspects, was right. It better be. Everyone within the circle. Honestly, I think our investigation has not produced a single credible suspect. We should go upstairs, rethink the ballistics in situ. I agree with this. What else?
See? There's that. You can do ballistics.
It's extremely easy. There are thousands lying around. We found one. All completely unusable. It's precisely how easy it is to find one that makes the bullet useless. We could find thousands more if we wanted.
But they seemed so mysterious. There's a little pause. He says nothing as well.
What?
They were on the roof. I did not catch them.
Every piece of garbage in the city is not connected to the case.
He's wrong.
Don't be narcissistic. Half the cops in Revachol West are his peonies. Even if you are, it is...
That does make some sense. He arches his brow. The ceiling fan patiently spins overhead.
It really is very hard.
That concussion must be making him dizzy.
You're not ready to give up, are you?
No. Are you ready to limp?
I'm ready.
Good. Where do you want to limp to?
The lieutenant did mention doing more. Also, it's just close enough to enjoy the walk.
We should check out Classio's room upstairs.
Why not?
God, he's so cool.
Another look at the window, perhaps? The one he was shot through. I don't know.
Rise and shine, comrade. It's time, despite all the thinking you've been... As you turn, a bright light catches your eye, making you squint. From a distant sunset, a stage light, flash photography, nowhere in particular. It's just what superstar law officers do. They squint at lights, and they solve shit. Yeah, you have. With a sudden flash, the world freezes around you. Wasteland of reality.
Huh.
Congrats, you're sober. It will take a while for your body to remember how to metabolize anything that isn't sugar from alcohol. So you're going to be pretty ravenous soon. Eat plenty. You can expect your coordination and balance to improve in a couple of weeks. In 2 months, you might start sleeping like a normal person. Full recovery will take years, though. It'll be depressing, and it'll be boring. Don't expect any further rewards or hand claps. This is how normal people are all the time.
Well, I'm sober. Well, I missed all of Friday.
Rise and despite all the thinking you've been doing, it's good that you must seek out, but it won't. They live underground. They're not mole people. They're just between us. Let your nose know. We really have no idea. Failure. That's what your people sometimes complain. It's not good luck. The bathroom mirror has been wiped completely clean.
The alarm is set for 6 a.m.
Rise and shine.
Yeah.
Despite all the thinking you must, but it won't. They live underground. Let your nose. Yes. We really have no
Why does this keep popping
first,
up?
Again, judging from, you should begin by interrogating them. You'll discuss. Here we go.
It just won't go away.
These papers bear the stamp of.
I had Garth open the door to your room. You were running a low bacterial fever the first night.
Thank you for keeping this thing alive just a little bit longer.
It would have been easy were it not for my concussion. We both got lucky, considering the odds we faced.
The fan stands still. The lights are on. The switch must be broken.
Oh, my pants. All right, I probably shouldn't have the gun in my hand. It's probably bad practice. Fine, I won't run.
Next to the stack of bills, you see a note. I'm sorry, I fucked everyone over. P.S.
A gift. I am not drawing my gun, yet. But
Relax. Not everyone is out to trap you.
It's hardly surprising.
Oh, but the note says she didn't kill anyone, so it's fine.
The medicine cap pity.
Mm-hmm. She certainly had her priorities straight when she was packing.
I figured it was worth checking because, you know, you got to be thorough with this investigation. Red thread of nylon. It leads out of the room and onto the roof.
You see the same two neon-lit shapes.
This is ballistics. She's left a trajectory for us.
A ray of backward motion explodes from his mouth to the roof outside. It suggests the bullet came from the extreme upper quadrant of possible angles, the island in the bay.
Unless she thinks the perpetrator was standing on the ring antenna. That is where the thread seems to point.
There are ruins on that islet, a sunken sea fort. I saw it through the coin-operated viewer. How did she know to do this?
She was there that night. She would have known precisely where the...
She had a long time to think about it after.
It also looks like there may be more to her skill set than we know. The question is, should we trust her?
I just don't know.
Indeed.
He's used to knowing who to trust. This makes him uncomfortable.
This is also a location we've yet to rule out.
So it is.
For a second, he seems tired.
Maybe we need to go to the island.
He is trying to justify it to himself.
I understand.
He will. He has it in him.
Of course, of course. I mean, how do we get there? Joyce Messier had a sloop, but she's gone. Ah, yes, of course. The village. Let's go.
Oh. He got very enthusiastic there all of a sudden.
The same small, heavy door. No lock in sight. It's barred from the inside. Sounds like it's heavy, too.
I don't know, Lieutenant Yefreiter. It is not the first closed door we found in this building. There is also your... I don't know.
Below, the hostel cafeteria creaks and groans. A dull thump.
The vigilantes, the cadaver, and a number of people connected to the case are in or around this building. This door is part of it. It's not unimportant.
Anything that doesn't mean we have to go on a long walk. Because I'm still recovering from being shot. Oi, oi, oi. I mean, I'm glad we tied up as many loose ends as we could before the whole thing started, because I can't talk to Everard now. We did everything in Everard's power. We exhausted all the dialogue options with Joyce, and she left to hopefully help.
Rise and shine despite all the...
I'm tired of this thought. Well, that's writing on the ground. Things really have changed, huh?
Oh, you're up. It's good to see you back on your feet. Did you like your room? I cleaned it for you.
Thank you, big improvement.
You're welcome. I thought it would be nice for you to wake up in a clean place after you... Let's be... I give credit where credit is due, and that, sir, was a nice shot. I was watching until you hit him. Crawled inside then. Bullets started flying.
He really wants you to realize that he was also on the balcony looking by.
I wish you a quick recovery. Also, you and your partner are staying here free now. This establishment supports cops. The stay is free, the drinks are not. It just felt I needed to specify that. Oh, you know, people don't tend to stick around after shootouts. Turns out they're not good for business. I don't remember everyone who comes here, and many people wear sunglasses inside lately. Must be a fad. Yeah, I was. Yeah. That's because I'm a...
It really took courage. Don't pick at him. He nods back at you. Just two badass men nodding stoically. Make that three. The lieutenant is nodding too. Hands crossed.
Yeah! All right, thanks.
No problem. They'll come back. They always do.
Well... It's gonna be rough talking to Titus.
You see, a heavy... The door does not... The door... The cold... Old coat...
I imagine he's not gonna have kind things to say to me.
Hi again, gendarme. Bye-bye, gendarme.
How can a bar be out of vermouth?
Seeing you approach, the
Crazy motherfucker. Didn't think you had that fury in you. But that was one hell of a shot. Hell of a shot. The fucks did not expect that. I guess what I'm trying to say here is, thank you for intervening, fellas.
This is big. It's as big of a thank you as Titus Hardy can muster under any circumstances.
Hey, Gabe.
Now, how can I help you?
His grip is strong and friendly. Sorry about the people you lost, eh?
Theo was old. I think he'd be pretty happy with the way he went. But Angus, he was just a stupid kid. Didn't realize the mess he'd gotten into.
Here it comes. The last one is the worst one. He only deals with it by drinking copious amounts of 8% beer. An honest tactic.
And Glenn was my friend. Best I've ever had. I love that crazy homo like my own brother. We're all fucked without him. But what do? This job is shit.
Sorry I went like that.
Well, yeah. Memento mori. Right.
Absolutely. Today, I'm going to get drunk, eat good food, and bed a good-looking girl. Cause tomorrow, a motor carriage might run me over.
Or you might die of a heart failure.
Hey, fuck you for ruining a beautiful idea.
Don't know, don't care.
Even after all that hell, he's still bitter about her?
Same here, man.
He shrugs and tries to look uninterested.
What's gonna happen to the Hardy Boys now?
I guess I'll take a closer look at our union members. There's bound to be some ambitious fellows there who'd love nothing. Might even ask Tibbs if he's tired of replacing windows, and maybe wants to have some fun with his brother. Anyway, don't you worry. As long as Titus Hardy's standing, there will be Hardy Boys. Judging by the sight of you, I'd suggest crawling into bed with a bottle of whiskey in one hand and a big tit in the other.
Yeah, go pay Monica a visit in Janrock. She's got a knack for making men forget about their worries.
Hell, you both look like you could use some feminine company right now.
Thank you for your advice, Eugene, and you too, Alain. I do always appreciate a good use of the expression milkers.
Incredible.
You're welcome, Bina Claude. You're all right in my book. Take care, coppers. You two look after yourselves now. Death passed on you today, but men don't get that lucky twice.
Copo loco. And normal cop, I guess.
Thanks for getting involved, guys.
And if you ever feel like the uniform is holding you back, I've got a few vacancies.
And Titus Hardy himself would make a good officer. That man was born to lead.
I will, Capo. That's a promise. Now scoot, 'cause the Hardy Boys.
Take it easy on the drink. The danger has not passed.
Good point, Bino Claude.
Why do they call him that?
All under 12% tonight.
What was that achievement I got? Pour one out for social democracy. Hell yeah. Nowhere else to go but out.
The graffito has been painted over the traces of the fight that took place here. It smells of blood, and this was Cindy the Skull. The lieutenant crouches, touching the...
Looks like it, yes. This is still fresh. It wasn't here yesterday. And blood.
Heavy fuel oil. Isn't that flammable?
What are you implying, Fingers?
You could buy some smokes, light up a ciggy and throw it in there. You know, just to see what happens. See if it's flammable.
Well, what it says on the can. Well, the lighting's drastically different.
My man, you're alive. Almost. Kind of.
Live and limping.
Man, what a day. So what's next? You guys heading back to Jamrock now?
Still looking
Talk to his
around.
local union muscle behind it all. I'd reckon the case is closed, even if it kind of turned into a shit show. Good luck with that, my man. Ain't easy being you, but hey, okay.
Is it wise to share information about telling him is a really the lieutenant throws you. What are you doing?
That's probably for the best. You keep...
Yeah, it felt right to tell him, but at the same time it also doesn't.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you? Right.
10-4, come in. Firework, over. 10-4, sir. Well, there's been some talk, sir. I only meant that there's been some talk in the station, that's all. But there's always some talk in the station. You know how officers in Jamrock are. But then again, some of us truly are on the take. It's unfortunate. Over. Roger that, 10-10, over and out.
Glad that that's settled. I'm not a corrupt cop. Only a slightly corrupt cop. I also want to talk to the old lady about the pail. She's gone. Or is she up somewhere else? Completely boarded up. Banners and everything. What's Manana got to say? Hear him out.
The boyadero stares at you with respect, then gestures towards the trickles of blood adorning.
Yet you live. It goes back to an older era where this was commonplace. You have a true boyadero heart. Hiding, gathering themselves. The harbor's in full lockdown, friend. No getting in or out, for the time being. Time will tell. I'll tell Everard you drop by. I'm sure he'll be glad. I'll be okay here, doing lookout. Quite the sight, aren't they? Getting to like that red I am. Don't worry about me. I live to alleviate the worries of our brothers. See if any insane killers turn up. Then I'll run. And live. I'm sure I'll be luckier than you, friend.
I've got some money, so maybe I should buy some drugs.
Is this about the questions again?
You see several the packages are small, discreet, sloppily stacked, making them easier to take.
Here you go.
A small cabinet on the wall is filled with various medicine bottles, nasal sprays, and blister packs. They all bear.
Okay, here. Okay, here. Okay, here. Okay, here. I hope Saint Baptiste makes you feel better or something. Okay, here.
Perfect. I don't remember if I have tear.
Your bottles climb
I do.
into the. Do you know what you should do with that money, kiddo? You should.
Cool. So I have drugs, which I feel like I might need in the coming days as stuff gets worse.
officer. Care to play a game with the... Actually, never mind. Wouldn't be the same. The prick is gone.
He is trying to retain his jolly facade, but the underlying sadness casts a deep shadow.
Yes. In peace.
Damn. Damn old fool. Gonna check out stuff on this side of the river before I go off to the village anytime soon, just to be sure with what's going on. Cindy isn't here. There's nothing on the dock.
The door is closed again. You hear someone inside.
Trying to sneak up on me again?
What does Kuno have to say about all this? He wasn't there. Yeah, I don't think there's anything else on this side of the city.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone.
This is precinct.
Something is wrong. Oh, no reply. Only...
It's been this way for a while now. My guess is the Union is listening in on our conversations and jamming. It only happens when someone mentions the attack. The rest is unaffected. No more dangerous than stepping between 3 armed mercenaries and 8 Union men, I hope. I don't like it either, but that's the way it is. The street seems safe enough to me. If anything, taking out the mercs made things calmer. For now. You can try calling again. Just don't mention the tribunal.
Everything sounds okay. No drumbeat of total war yet. In the cabin, you see...
This is precinct 57. 57.
In the cabin, you see a set of
Let's finish the jamais vu thought, and then I'm going to end it for tonight.
Jamais vu. Derealization. Jamais vu. The opposite of déjà vu. Not already seen, but never seen. Everything that should be familiar appears strange and new, like some half-forgotten day in your childhood. Only now. That's the feeling you've been having. And for who knows how long. You should go and ask Joyce Messier about that.
Inexplicable feminist agenda. I haven't spoken to too many feminists. I haven't spoken to too many women. There's been like 3 women in this game. Just gonna cross the bridge here, and I'm gonna be calling it for now. It has been an eventful night. I'm done with the slug bit. I want to thank folks for coming and hanging out. Disco Elysium is a fantastic game, and I don't care if no one watches. I'm using this as a perfect excuse to play through the game and have fun with it. Hi. We're on the screen now. I think I'm just going to end it. Unless, how many viewers do I have here? I mean, we can throw some people along. I always like rating, just to promote streamers who deserve some more attention. And you know who I'm going to fucking raid? So I'm going to go raid Cheese. Co-host on the most recent episode of the Saltcast, and currently doing some Bug Snacks with Lily, who you will be seeing a bit of tomorrow as we do some Mario Kart for community night. If you are interested at all, consider joining Lily's Discord. More information should be on her Twitter, which you should check out. I'm going to be doing an early morning stream as well for some more Roller Champions tomorrow, because I really enjoyed it last week, and I'm going to do it again. And I've got the drops active on my channel, so you want some free stuff and you're enjoying the game, come hang out. Otherwise, I'm going to be calling it for today. Look forward to Saturday is going to be some Knockout City, checking out the new season. Might start earlier than 5 p.m. because I want to do the new stuff in Knockout City. Now that it's free to play, so you should absolutely download it. Beyond that, Sunday is going to be some more Vampire Times in Richmond High. I'm going to go, though, because I need to lie down, and I appreciate you all. This has been a lot tougher on me than I thought it was going to be, the whole streaming thing. You guys have been so damn supportive, and it's very sweet of you. I love you. Have a good night, or else. Thanks for watching.